One of our board members is attending remotely this evening. He has two little ones getting ready for their first day of school tomorrow. Real little. Pause for a minute.
All right, I'm here.
Thanks for letting us know. So we will start with the presentation from the search consultant.
Good evening. Where'd you like me to stand? What's best?
Yeah, works right here. Great.
Okay. Stand on the side, that's okay. My name is Bob Ferguson. I represent McPherson and Jacobson. The board hired us back in December, I think, of last year. I did a search, and we started the search, and obviously the search was halted because of the situation with the previous superintendent being on board and the board decision to open up and go to a different search process. So we're back again. Two people asked me if I was an attorney, and I'm not an attorney, so I'm a retired superintendent and working for the board and for the committee to try and hire you, the district, the next superintendent. Just to give you an update, back in January, February, and March, we did a lot of work for the district. Most of the groundwork is done. We got a lot of information regarding input on different questions. We're going to ask the board if we can go out again for the last two questions. There was 4 questions we asked the community, either in person or via online. One, tell us something great about the district. Tell us something great about the community. Please tell us some issues and things you think the students should know about, some concerns. And 4, what are the best characteristics, background, and experiences you'd like to see in your superintendent? Because of the changes that's occurred over the last 4 or 5 months, we're going to probably ask to go back out again for questions 3 and 4. So that we have new information, new issues, new concerns. It doesn't do any good for us to talk about having 2 superintendents. We don't have 2 superintendents anymore. So we'll do that. We're going to process in that. What the board needs to sort of help me with is give us an idea as to when you want this new person put on board. How far in the future? I'm guessing we can do this within 2 months if you want to. We can do it in 3 months. It's up to the board how we work for the board. The good news, which I really commend the board for, is having 13 members of the community doing the interviewing of candidates. The process will be that these 13 members will interview the candidates. We'll work with them to get them to do the questions. That committee will then recommend to the board the top 2 or 3 candidates that they believe are the best suited, best qualified to be the superintendent. The board will then also interview those 2 or 3 candidates, and a superintendent will be selected. I'm guessing probably 2 or 3 months. My partner, John Grotto, lives in New York. He's done, I think, 3 or 4 searches in Vermont. I live in Connecticut. I've done 2 searches in Connecticut. I did New Haven and Brantford. I've done about 17 searches in California. So this is not my first rodeo. I've done this before. The whole point of this and what we try and do is make sure that the community gets input, and the board has done a good job in organizing and doing this committee, which will be the lead group that will determine who goes to the board for interviews with the superintendency. A couple of things I'd like to do is one, previously, we did a brochure, and everything is still accurate in the brochure. The only thing we need to do is just change the names and the dates on the back in terms of which you want for a starting date. I'm going to give you the copy of this, so you can have that, and you can look at it at your leisure. I think some other things I can talk about in terms of the process. If we go out now And let's say the board wants to have somebody by January first. I'm just guessing. Good news is January first is great. Get somebody on board. That person can either be on board or be ready to be the superintendent at a time later. The two concerns that if we do it in January, if we like somebody that's a current sitting superintendent, he or she would have to relieve his own district, her own district. And that could be an issue sometimes in terms of timing. That superintendent would then have to let his district, her district know that I'm leaving to go to Hartford. The other part is that if it's an assistant superintendent or a director, then it's much easier to move that person into the job at the appropriate time. One of the big things we need from the board is to appoint a point of contact, somebody that we can talk with, so we don't have to have the board members constantly or the acting superintendent deal with all these issues. Somebody that we can talk to, they can set things up. For instance, we want to put that survey out as soon as possible. We got over 300 responses last time we did this, as well as we had, I think, seven or eight meetings with groups in the district in January, February. We have a lot of great data. And again, we want to refine those last two questions, reflecting the changes in the current environment within the district. But the point of contact is a big deal. We also, and we would do this also for members of, my understanding is there's 13 members of the committee that will be involved in this process. We do a confidentiality agreement, which everybody signs. We do that because information is going to be shared regarding candidates, their background, their experiences, their private information. We do that so that we can have the confidentiality to do that process and open. The board needs to re-sign this, all four board members at the back here. And then when that's done, 5 board members, when you get here. And then that we turn back into McPherson and Jacobson to do that. So if you can just sign that and go along. The good news is that a lot of the hard work's been done. We spent about almost 2 months doing a lot of the data. So we have a lot of things done. We're ready to go. We have about 7 or 8 different sites we advertise with. We'll re-advertise that. At the end of this process, we will have developed those 4 questions we developed into a pamphlet. We call it a stakeholder survey. It's going to be around 40 to 50. It has a lot of input. We give that to the board then puts it also on their webpage so that the community can see everything that's put down from members of the community. We take exactly what you say, what you put down. If by some chance there's some 4-letter words that we think are inappropriate, we take those out. We try to make sure nothing is sort of attacking. We talk about issues, but we don't in any way dictate what you as a committee put down in that packet. That's for the board information, that's for your information. It's also for the new candidates coming in. We think it's very important that a superintendent coming to the district knows exactly what the district is going through. The political issues, the financial issues, the social issues, the education issues, all those things. We want to make sure that that person comes in with his or her eyes wide open and knows exactly what this district needs in terms of a new superintendent. I know there's some controversy right now, but that happens in almost every district. Trust me, I've been in a lot of different issues going on. Our job is sort of steer through that, and our end result is to get you the best quality candidates we can, advertise as much as we can, and bring them to this district for interviews. And then hopefully one will pop up and be exactly the person you're looking for as your superintendent. Have any questions that you may have?
Do you want to wait until after we get the point of contact to start the process for putting the committee together?
That would help. And with the committee, once you get the 13 names of this committee, I'd like you to meet with them in person or via Zoom to meet with them to organize the questions they want to ask. We don't dictate questions. We simply work with that group to get questions that they feel are important for their constituents that they represent. Probably anywhere from 17 to 20 questions, probably an hour and a half interview for each. I sit in the interviews to make sure things are sort of copacetic and going okay. I don't make any comments. Our job is not to point number 1, number 2, number 3, who's the best. We don't do that. The committee does not rank order committee candidates because they think the top 2 candidates, the top 3 candidates, and the board then has the legal responsibility to actually hire a superintendent. But this district, as I said before, has done a great job in sort of making sure the community is involved in this process, which you will be, more so than most districts. I wish more districts would do what they're doing. So they don't even have a community group that would interview. They've done with the board. That's good. So once we get a POC, that can be done in the next week or so, then I can contact that person and we can sort of move on and get going. But the question that I need from the board as part of this process is when do you want this person on board? When do you want the local community to announce? We can do it in less than 2 months. We can do it in 3 months. It gets entirely up to you as to what your timeline needs to be.
May I say something?
Yeah.
From what our community has already just gone through, I do, as a board member, I do not want us to be rushed. And I don't want us to think that we've got to make this decision in 2 or 3 months. That's my personal opinion. I think we need to be very, very careful about who the committee is gonna send to us for us to interview them and talk with them. And I'm very concerned that it's trying to be rushed, and I think that's gonna be more of an upset than what we
Again,
are.
we work for you, whatever you want to do in timeline. If you think it's more appropriate to wait till January, February, March, that's entirely up to you. The best time to go out looking for a new superintendent is probably January, February. That's when most of the interviews go out there, options go out there. What we can do is we can do the background work between now and January, set it up for January, February. If you want this person maybe named by March 1st, which might be appropriate, we can do that. Again, we don't want to rush you. We don't want the community to feel rushed. We want to make sure it's a very carefully orchestrated and carefully planned situation and process. Would agree with you. So again, you tell us when you decide what you want to do and we'll do it.
Well, that makes sense and it fits with your question there in the comment as well, as far as the timing, because we're not in a rush.
I understand.
And I think that it's only appropriate that at the end of the cycle where we put a halt on the search, we had already developed the criteria for the community committee.
Correct.
So we have the names of the types of folks. And what I mean by that is parents, HEA members, the association of administrators, those key areas of interest are all identified and are part of that. And we will be putting those requests out to the individual organizations, for a response to who they would like us to have as their representative on that committee. So it will be your choice as far as those committee assignments go. So that's the plan. So we just need to get the person engaged, from the POC, get that started and start doing the advertising.
Yeah, we can do some of the groundwork such as those questions 3 and 4, getting additional information input from the community, get that done. We can put that together. We can then, once the committee is chosen, meet with them, talk with them, and then decide maybe you want to do interviews in January. But probably the best time to go out for a district is January, February, with the idea that person would be on board by July 1 or earlier. Again, it's the district of board makes a decision. We simply follow your input and accommodate to what you need to do. If you sign that little piece of paper that went around, I can come down and pick it up.
Will be nice one signature.
We'll send that to him directly wherever you are up there. Send it to your house directly and you can do it via mail.
Or we can do DocuSign,
DocuSign's fine.
because we have access.
Any additional questions I can answer?
Cool.
Thank you again for working with us. We're looking forward to working with you again. And again, bringing with the district input, with the community input, the best possible candidates for recruiting.
I think I have one more
Yes,
question.
sir. No, no, go ahead.
That I think would probably be made from the audience, would be, what if we decide we want Katie to stay and we don't want to hire someone from outside?
Most districts, I'm not saying all, most districts, there's an inside candidate, that person is treated just like a candidate. For two reasons. One, if the inside candidate is simply appointed, people will say, well, there was no competition, maybe he's not good enough, but doesn't make, there could be somebody better, et cetera. And if that person inside comes in and is the leading candidate, it also gives that person more credibility to do that. So what we try and do is we treat an inside candidate just as an outside candidate. As if, because one of the problems we get to with some districts, some inside candidates think the board knows who they are and what they've done. They don't. And so they go into the interview thinking the board knows them, and the board goes, well, I didn't know you did that, I didn't know that. So we treat them just like any other outside candidate, and they go through the process. If they come out on top, then it sort of signifies and justifies that person being the top candidate. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good question. Thank you so much, Bob.
Do we
Thank
need
you.
to ask questions, Coach?
Yes,
Right, sure, that's okay.
If if this doesn't go through for January, February, which is the ideal time. In your experience, does that reduce our chances of candidates?
Yes, and I'll tell you why. In January, February, the candidates out there that are looking for a job are gonna jump into the pool. And good candidates will be swapped up right away. And so if you go out as late as May, June, the pool is shrunk because those people have a job somewhere already. And you may not have the strength of the candidates that you would get if you did it earlier.
Thank you.
good question.
Anything else?
This is, I'm Linda Satterley, the HA president. What is the situation if, we meet with all these candidates and we don't feel like putting any of them forward?
Go back out again? I mean,
What's the timeline on that?
we do it right away. But that's why I started maybe in January, February would be a good idea. In case something happens like that, we have some time to go back out again. Quite frankly, to be honest with you, the last group of candidates we looked at was not as strong as we hoped to be. There was a reason for that. If I'm a superintendent looking for a job, do I want to go into a district where there's already a sitting superintendent in the district? No. So that sort of reduced the pool. This opens it up a lot. The process now opens up a lot more, and a lot more candidates will apply. So we're hopeful, and I think comfortable that we would get a good list of candidates. If we don't, we go back out again.
What's the chances of finding that, sorry, no, you go ahead, I'm sorry, go ahead. What's the chances of finding a superintendent in the fall? Because right now we have an interim superintendent without much experience. So it seems to me that the sooner we find somebody with experience, we're better off in school.
I hear that. Let me tell you the other side of the coin there. If we go out right now, people are in their jobs right now, starting the school year. Whether they're an assistant superintendent, a director, or superintendent. Most people, including myself, if I had a candidate that said, okay, I'm ready to go right now, I'm gonna leave my district, I'd be a little bit concerned because that person tells me he or she doesn't have much concern about the district leaving. So that's why, the idea of doing that a little bit later is probably better. It gives them a little more lead time. They can inform their board president, their committee they're leading. The other problem too, if you are a candidate and you tell somebody, I want to go to another job, inside the district you're leaving, you could be linked up. Because if I'm in the district, and I'm the teacher union president, I'm the board president, and we have a superintendent that wants to leave, he tells us or she tells us, I want to go somewhere else. And if he or she doesn't get the job and comes back, sometimes it's damaged goods. Sometimes the credibility is sort of damaged at that point. So we're very careful about that. That's why the confidentiality is so important. We try and keep the identity of the people that are applying as close to the vest as possible. Because it's in his or her best interest not to have that broadcast out there. That, for a superintendent, that's very important. Assistant soup or a director, not so much.
So talking about the, the closed circuit, you're talking about keeping the identity a secret. Are you keeping what's going on here in our town a secret away from the people who are actually looking in on us?
No,
Because,
transparency is a big thing for us. We want every candidate out there to know exactly what's going on. We don't want a candidate to come to the district and be surprised by some internal issues that you're going through right now. We want them to know exactly what's going on. When I say we give them the information they need to know in terms of making a decision. We don't tell any internal politics. We just tell them, maybe you want to look at the local paper, here's some issues there, and that question number 3 that we asked, what are some of the things a new candidate should know about this job? That's what that comes up, and that's already written down for them, and that candidate will read that. Did I answer your question? I mean, if I'm not answering, tell me I'm not answering.
yes and no. So basically, they could be getting the wrong truth or the half-ass side of it.
I would make sure they look at both sides. I mean, I would say, here's an issue. Here's what the paper's saying. Here's what a community member's saying. Here's what somebody else is saying. And most superintendent candidates are gonna do their due diligence. Because you're making a big decision to move your family into a new district, new community. They don't wanna do that without full knowledge of what's going on.
How do you put questions 3 and 4 out to the general public?
So we're gonna do that with survey online survey. We got over 300 last time, so we'll get it. And that'll be, as soon as we find the POC, that'll be out like in a couple of weeks.
And so you want candidates to know what they're coming into to get you candidates, because you don't want somebody that's blindsided and then just walks out the door.
That's true.
Yeah, you weren't upfront with us. If January is the best time to open up looking for that, do we have the ability to open up or just let folks know that we're looking
Absolutely.
to hire?
That's very,
And then say that we're not gonna make a decision until, early 2025?
part of my job is sort of like fishing, and you have
Okay.
a
Throw the
fish
bait
on the
out,
line,
chum,
hold that on there as long as possible.
or chum.
So we would go out, if we see some really interesting candidates, and we would tell them, look, you're gonna be a great fit for this meeting. I think, I don't know, we'll see. But they're not gonna do this until January. So please put that in your back of your mind.
Right.
So when the jobs come out, you see it as a really viable alternative. Okay, I look forward to working with the community, with the board. We will do a great job. We will bring good, strong candidates to you, and you will be a part of the process.
Thank you, Bob.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. The next item, is the revolving loan fund. It's, the next item on the packet, actually.
I'm Erica Schneider. I'm the director of the Hartford Area Career and Technology Center. And my request from the board today is permission to borrow money from the Vermont Revolving Loan Fund. So the state of Vermont leveraged some COVID relief money to set aside multiple millions of dollars to be used for CTE centers in building trades. And that is in a revolving loan fund, so that they loan it out. We build a house, we sell the house, and then that money that we borrowed goes back to the revolving loan fund for us and other tech centers to use in the future. And a key advantage for us is that if we are able to sell the house for more than we borrowed, we can set aside that money into a long-term fund. Which, as we think long-term, we've got about 6 more years of lots that we can build on, and so setting aside some money to buy some land that's within 5 or 10 minutes of here is a pretty big priority. So, does the board have any questions?
So one of the items that's described here is the loan forgiveness. Question, how does that work? Is this based on volunteer work contributed by teachers and students, or paid work?
Paid work, yeah. So
Okay.
I put together a budget with them that would involve, you know, our teacher and some students working in the summer, and those students could get paid as well. And then that amount of the loan was just forgiven and we don't have to pay that back. And that's a pretty big advantage because right now we don't have a system for doing that. And there is stuff that needs to get done outside of the regular school year.
Yes.
It's a bit of a struggle to hear back here. Is there a way that everyone can speak just a hair bit louder?
Okay.
And I have a request that people identify themselves, please. I know a lot of people out there, but some people I don't. Hi Heidi.
Everybody knows me.
Former student right there.
Any other questions?
One question here.
Yes, there's a question.
Hi, my name's Danielle Lemay, and I happen to know quite a few people who have purchased your houses on Brookmead. And sorry, I'll stand up. So it seems like your 182,880, is that just for building materials? What is that entailing?
So the 182,000 is for, yeah, pretty much the building materials. We've got contracts with LaValleys, we've got contracts with kind of other, we have an electrician that we hired. And so we did that whole budget up and submitted that to the Vermont Community Loan Foundation, and that accounts for all of it for.
So that's kind of brass tacks. That just means nuts and bolts, like that's bottom line of what you're looking to borrow from that fund.
Yep.
So that's not like revolving, going over and over and over. You're not adding any to that in case of overages. So if you had overages or you needed more because of mistakes happening, somebody cut too short or multiple students cut too short, do you have enough for
Yeah,
overages?
that's
in
that's
that?
accounted for in that amount. Yep, there's kind of a construction general percent that various agencies use, knowing that there are some contingencies because the kid is gonna cut a board too short. Yeah.
And this has included costs for trades that we needed to bring in because they weren't trades that we're teaching. So remember, we've done foundation work and things like our excavation work or stuff like that.
Yes, yeah, and what we've done a lot in the past is when we have, you know, the licensed electrician come, we've got some really great people that will show the students how to do that. You know, kids can't do all the hands-on stuff because there's some pretty significant safety concerns, but they'll really kind of take the time to show the kids how it works, so the kids benefit even from those contractors that are coming in.
I would like to move that we authorize the HACTC to approach the Vermont revolving fund with the loan for the next chapter.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Unanimous. That wasn't an opposition.
Oh, I wasn't opposing. I was an aye. I'm sorry. My daughter came in right during the vote.
We were hoping that was the case. Okay. All right.
How many people are online?
There are 20 online attendees.
28.
20.
20.
Thank you.
Okay. District work for 24-25 school year. You have it now.
So we just had our administrative council retreat, as well as our district in-service day, where we carved out our focus to be vision of a graduate, so that we can better define what our anchor is, what we're working toward in service of our students, and how we are aligning our work toward that effort to define what our hopes and dreams are for the graduates of the district. So the work that we conducted throughout the administrative council retreat was laying out what that looks like in terms of how we are going to engage the community and our educators and students in that process of that definition, and how our work is going to align with that effort. This is going to include district-wide work, which we rolled out during our district in-service, where we had workshops that our educators, pre-K through 12 engaged in, to gather data about what our educators in the district hope for and dream of when we think about how we are graduating our seniors and what we are providing them with in terms of their education and transferable skills. So our work is very much aligned in thinking through how to continue to collect that data, which will be, including the community as well. And then sifting through that data to determine, what we are doing, what we're not doing, what we have on our website that is public, what we're doing in our schools in terms of curriculum, pre-K through 12, as well as the programs we're using, and defining that, at the end of the elementary level, when students are leaving the elementaries and moving into our middle school, as well as at the end of grade 8, when they're moving into the high school, and then again, upon graduation, what are we aligned, and what are our objectives at the end of a student's tenure at these different levels? And, is that a common experience even for students? So these are the questions that we're going to be probing this year, as far as the district level work and the related curriculum.
Sure.
Just for the audience who may not be used to the structure, can you explain who the administrative council is?
Yes, thank you. So our administrative council is composed of district leadership and school building based leadership. So at the district level, we have our special education director and the assistant director, our clinical psychologists, our district social worker. We have an individual focused on MTSS, so they attend, as well as our equity coordinator, and then all of the building based principals and myself.
And would you take a moment to explain MTSS?
Yes, my apologies. I'm in acronym world. So MTSS is our multi-tiered systems of support. And that is the way in which we support our students, both universally, and by universal, I mean, this is the, instruction that all of our students get and the support that all of our students get. And then, throughout a student's tenure, they might be identified as needing additional support along the way. This could be related to social emotional needs. This could be related to academic needs. And what our system does is respond to that need, indicates who has to be at the table in order to serve the student well. And then it allows for both an entry into that support as well as an exit out of that support in a timely way, while monitoring progress.
Yes.
Hi, I'm Jen Jarvian. I had a couple of questions. I don't know if they're appropriate, but was it discussed, I noticed in the high school, it's for students who are planning to attend college, they don't seem to get enough advice early on, like sophomore year, you need to take this science course if you want to take the AP course as a junior. And overall, it seems like what colleges are you interested in comes like fall of senior year, and that's really like late. So that's one concern. And then just the academic standards for those students who do have the potential to be high achieving. It's a little disconcerting to see how low some of the standards are, particularly in the honors program. You know, where those are students who have selected to be in the honors program. And it's, you know, of course, it's good to be self-driven and some people do incredible projects, but I just wish there was a little bit more of a atmosphere of achieving your best. But I also understand the need for the social emotional supports and that's very important. I just think sometimes it's a little too geared toward the middle. So was any of that discussed?
It's my short answer without preparing, you know, for
Yeah.
the question, specifically is that that's a big part of all of this is identifying, you know, what our students need, whether they are, you know, college bound, whether they're entering the workforce, whether they're entering the military, whatever path they're on, we want to be able to serve them and help to usher them on that pathway through exposure opportunities, field work, and also provide those fundamental skills and academic experiences that they need to be successful on whatever path they're moving in.
And she asked stuff.
Yeah, not specifically, not
Okay.
not that topic specific.
Okay, and another comment is that, in terms of when students choose their high school classes, there doesn't seem to be much advising of, well, if you think you're gonna wanna take this in junior or senior year, you need to take this in sophomore year. I don't know if that makes sense.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. The next item is the Hartford School District Professional Learning and Training, SY 24-25.
Yeah, I believe this topic was to explore what the board was hoping to do in terms of professional learning and training for SY 24-25. Are you looking for an answer to that? I think a conversation.
Okay. The question was, the item discussing the district professional learning and training for 24-25. And, you know, that takes a number of different directions, I would think. Both the board's training and also what the big picture plan, you know, is for our educational community. And that varies because it's very individualized, depending on, you know, where you are, you know, in the system. You know, if you're a paraprofessional, you might be looking at X. If you're a teacher, X. You know, there's a number of different approaches that, you know, folks take. And a lot of that is not only driven by the, you know, the work that they're involved with directly, but also what the goals and aspirations are. You know, if someone sees themselves as becoming a master teacher, you know, they might be pushing themselves more towards possibly getting a master's degree if they already just have a bachelor's or a second. You know, there's any number of different approaches that people would take, you know, for their professional learning. Those folks that might be thinking about becoming a director or what have you would be also looking at their options as far as graduate work goes as well. But trying to provide, I think, you know, a atmosphere where that's encouraged.
I would think from what we just, the whole community has gone through, I think, a training that would be offered even to the community if they wanted to come attend is to come and learn about the legalities I mean, there's so much out there in it. And as we've experienced, it's been a real luxury for all of us. And I think if we had some more training and education on the legalities of what was going on in our schools and how everything is working, I think it would be beneficial for everybody. That's my personal opinion, not the board training.
So should be noted that the board does have a budget for training. And that has gone for such things as the person we brought in during the retreat talked to us about the new open meeting laws and the changes that have been made to that statute. It includes our attendance at the annual meeting of the School Boards Association, which tends to take place in early October.
Registration is open.
Yes, and there are multiple different events during the course of the meeting, district sessions that we go to, and that we tend to sort of break up and go to different areas and have conversation among ourselves about what we have learned afterwards. So there are various kinds of things that the board does to make sure it's aware of issues affecting school districts, the rules under which we need to operate, et cetera.
Another thing that just snapped into my mind, and when you're all the mind on anything, it snapped into your mind at any time. But I was also thinking about the legislative issues and how involved, how much more involved we could be as a community and as a school district. If maybe we were more familiar with those and how to contact and who to contact and go testify. I've done it many, many times. So I think that's something that would be an educational benefit for the people.
The next piece, Garrett and Doug have been working on, putting together a newsletter, to help get the word out about activities that are going on around the district. And it will take a number of different, formats, so that people, I know a person who was talking to me a couple of weeks ago about, driving by, Dothenbrook one evening, and it was lit up, like they were having classes. And it was interesting to her that she didn't know what was going on and that was a public event. So we have to do a better job collectively getting that type of word out so that if somebody is interested, whether you have a child in the district or not, and you're just interested in what's going on in the district, you can. I think, as far as some of the athletic stuff we do and some of the other activities, those are natural attractions. But those day-to-day operational things that are going on, it's critical to get that word out. So, Garrett?
Yes. Yeah, I'll go ahead and share my screen and show everybody what's going on. I cannot screen share. Well, somebody else is. Whoever's sharing, can I take over? All right. All right, can everybody see my screen? Just a thumbs up or a yell is good.
Yeah.
Yes? Okay, great. All right, so I know that I kind of revealed a draft of the newsletter, about a month ago, I believe. That was on Constant Contact. We've shifted, and now I've created a draft or template on Google Sites. And so the reason for this is it's free, it's accessible, and I think it'll be the best option to kind of create a more streamlined workflow from all the contributors that we're going to need as we gather information and content from everybody. So the real goal of this, like Coach just said, is going to be to try to inform everybody as to what's going on in the district. I know one thing when I came onto the board is when I started to learn about what was going on at other schools. Both of my kids go to OQS, and before I was on the board outside of OQS, I didn't really know what was going on unless I really went out there and kind of searched for information. So the goal is going to be to get this to staff, parents, students, and residents, anybody that wants to see it. So I figure I'll give all of you just a quick tour of the template. Just know that I'm still working to gather content from all the principals. As you guys know, school started today and starts tomorrow. So I'm hoping that once everybody settles down, I can start to gather content from each school. Also some great images that are cleared for marketing uses. And then we can put this together and get it out to the community. So the idea of having this as a Google site is that it's going to be available for everybody. Let me go into preview mode so you can see what it would look like when you receive it or when you check it out. So first part's going to be a superintendent's note to the community, followed by a school board's note to the community. There are going to be links all throughout that you could expect are going to be there. So links to like the school board homepage. There's going to be a section about bond and budget spending updates, as well as a link to the budget page. Another goal for this, something that I've heard during my time on the board, is that sometimes it can be tough to find some of the resources and some of the information that people want. So I'm hoping that by getting this newsletter out and putting links that go to all of those pages on our current site, we can make it a little bit easier and a little more pain-free for people to get to the information that they're looking for. So also school construction renovation updates, so anything from facilities that they want to share. And then the real meat and potatoes of the newsletter would be news from each school. So I was, I guess, ignorantly optimistic, hoping that I could get a newsletter put together and sent out like this month before school started. I think I told everybody on Candidates Night I'm very new to this world. So now learning how much it takes to just get school going at the beginning. Once everything settles down and, you know, the first couple of weeks of school are going, I think it's going to be easier for me to start to get content from everybody to get the newsletter going. So section for each school linked out to each of the individual schools' pages. So everything from the high school, the middle school, the career center, all the elementary schools, as well as the Wilder School, and then a shout out to pre-K. Also want to have a section highlighting Hartford sports because we have so many good things going on in the community. I feel like we can really highlight all of those things that are going on, especially in Hartford athletics. Also, the district calendar. So this currently is just a screenshot of the calendar, but there's going to be a link to take you directly to that page. And then finally at the bottom, these aren't necessarily set in stone, but as a parent and as a member of the community, these are some of the pages on our district website that I felt would be important. You know, such as school policies, school programs, curriculum overviews, contact info for admin staff and school board. And then finally, our social media and a get in touch form that's going to send directly to the superintendent. So I also, because I'm a bit of a nerd, I put together a flow chart because I know that some people like to be visual. I myself do, just to give you guys an idea of kind of the scope of the newsletter. I tend to be very optimistic about projects. So I think as I just said, you know, a little while ago, I was hoping I could pull this together in like a month and get it out to everybody. So as you can see, I got a lot of content, or we have a lot of content that we need to kind of pull together and get into this newsletter. So these are kind of all the pieces that I visualize that need to go into the district newsletter. You know, news from the superintendent, from the board, from all the different schools throughout the district, as well as all those links to different pages, schedules, calendars, sporting events, all of that is going to go into the newsletter. And then, of course, the question everybody wants to know, how am I going to get my hands on this? It's going to be great, right? So Infinite Campus is something I'm going to leverage to be able to get it out to staff, students, and parents. So it would go out in the form of a link to the newsletter. I've spoken with Eric Christie and Bill Yates, who are going to help either with getting it out there or getting me access to Infinite Campus so I can get it out to everybody when it's ready. And then we're going to post it all over for residents to have access to. So the district website, social media, and then the Hartford listserv as well. So does anybody have any questions or suggestions, or does anybody on the board, or Katie, do you have anything to add?
We have a number of hands. You can start.
Mary Souza, thank you first off, Garrett. It's a wonderful, wonderful start for transparency, for letting this community know what the heck's happening. One suggestion.
Thank you. Yes.
You had the school calendar. Could it be possible for each season to add the sports calendars in there for people like myself who's older that don't know when the games are gonna be, that would really love to have that information covered?
So I think that we can make that happen. So either we can embed that in the newsletter, or I think that we could at least put a button or a link that would take you to the calendar that you're looking to see, if it's for one of the particular schools, to see which sporting events are going to happen then and there. But yes, I think that we can absolutely do that.
Yes.
Jeremy Warren, Hartford resident, graduate, 96. Is there a reason why we're not leveraging the school district website to just release a newsletter? Or do you guys not have the ability to update the content on the fly? Right now, your host, you've got web space. You put the agenda out there on a regular basis. If the newsletter is just an add-on to that, why are we, in my mind, using 2 web pages to do one job?
I got you, and great question. So the reason I chose Google Sites is mainly because I don't have access to the back end of the current website, but it doesn't mean that it's not something that I can't work with Tessa or Katie to just post this there. I went with Google Sites mainly because I've used it before and it's free. Everybody in the district already has access to it. It's pretty flexible. It's mobile responsive right out the gate because I know a lot of people are going to be looking at this on their phones. So that's why I went with this platform to create it.
Yeah,
but I don't disagree. Oh, go ahead.
So I have a follow-up question. That was
Sure.
part of my leading question there was, the district site is very much not mobile friendly. Is there a plan to replace that? Most of us don't even use computers these days. We're mostly just a mobile community, would be my guess. Is there a plan to migrate the district site over to Google potentially and just redirect that domain address?
So I wouldn't call it a plan yet, but I've definitely brought it up. Like I think like everybody can probably agree that the district site needs a little bit of a facelift. I mean, that's stuff that I've done in the past. So it's been a discussion, but I don't want to say that it's a formal plan, but I would love to take part in giving the district site a facelift and kind of reorganizing things. So yeah, I hope that answers. I know it's not a definite, but I definitely like to move in that direction though.
Thanks, Gary.
Yes.
You're welcome.
I have a question on seeing some of your information that you had on there, Garrett. It looks really great and user friendly, but my question is, why do you have Wilder School on there when everybody here in Hartford actually has to pay tuition if your kid gets sent there?
They're still part of us.
It's really concerning to us to see it on our district website as a school district, that we have to pay tuition to send a kid there, when all the other schools that are on there are considered part of our tax bracket.
It's still part of our district.
Right.
The Wilder School is still part of Hartford School District.
Just the same way as where you're sitting right now is. We
Right,
have to send students to here.
but we don't have to pay to send our kids to Hartford HACC.
Yes, we do.
We do.
Yes.
But
Exactly.
it's part of our taxes,
It's exactly the same structure.
but I don't have to write the check like I would if I sent my kid to Wilder School. as a
Doesn't
taxpayer.
come in our budget.
Is there a difference?
Huge difference.
So I mean, I would continue to defer to my fellow board members. When I was putting this together, I was just trying to include, to my knowledge, every, I guess, relevant school or program that I felt would, want to get some news out there to the community.
Expense and revenue wise, there's not really a difference because we still have a line item in the budget for what the state of Vermont says we owe the 6 semester average for the tech center kids. So while it's an internal, journal entry for one fund to another, the general fund to the tech center fund.
So technically, they're considered a charter school in a roundabout way, and I would have to
No.
pay the difference and cut a check to the Wilder School if my child had to go there. If it was sound fit,
No.
yes, yes, we do.
No.
As a taxpayer and a resident here in Hartford, if my child had to go to the Wilder School, I would have to cut a check to the Wilder School if my child was sent there, even though it is in the Delaware. That is how it pans out,
The district would pick up that cost.
not the difference. I'm sorry, but that's not how it goes. And us as taxpayers do have to pick up the difference. So that's why it's a concern to us as taxpayers to see that up there. Even though it is part of the district, we do have to pick up the slack. So seeing it up there like that, it is concerning to us.
Somebody's.
Yes.
Zachary Scott, Hartford resident. I'm wondering who governs the Wilder School? Is it yourselves?
Yeah.
Anybody? Thank you.
Wilder School is part of the regional collaborative.
Yeah.
Which there are 2 other programs for,
Yeah,
and those are tuition based for all students who come there, whether they're from Hartford or other schools.
but the oversight is by this board.
Yes.
Yes.
And a regional group of other districts that send their students to it.
But no individual can pay into
Yeah,
those programs.
it's paid for by the districts that send the children to the program.
I mean, if it's decided by the board or the community that they don't want the Wilder School featured on the newsletter, I mean, it's easy enough to remove that if need be. So.
So I'm a Hartford kid. My town agreed upon an amount to send me to Hartford. Anything over that, if I chose KUA, God forbid, my parents would have to pick up the difference. But the amount that Hartford agreed upon to send me to Hartford was covered by my district.
Yes.
Hi, Linda Satterley. I'm speaking as the HEA president right now. I'm pretty sure that possibly every single staff member would be incredibly upset if you remove the Wilder School because they are part of our community. They are us just as much as the White River School, IPG, the middle school.
That's what I thought. I mean, they're featured on our district website. So I went on our district website and, grabbed every school and gave them the section on the newsletter. So.
Okay. So thank you, Garrett, and looking forward to the rollout. PC.
Thank you.
Thanks.
It's time for
All set, Jonathan?
All right, can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, PCBs. I can give you an update of where we stand and what the schedule is for investigation and remediation moving forward. I spoke today with the lead engineer from Waite Handel, which is the engineering firm that was tapped by the state to manage the investigation stage and the kind of intermediate remediation. They are preparing a draft site investigation report for the Department of Health this week that encapsulates everything they have done to date since they first began inventorying here at the district. That will go to the Department of Health for review, and we should see that. That will come back to the district in the next 2 weeks. What that will contain is, all of the reporting that is already available on the state website, and then the following plan moving forward. The focus has been and will continue to be for now on the areas in the school that have an immediate action level, which are largely in that northeast corner of the building where culinary arts and health sciences are. We have been, we did the initial air testing there. We've done bulk sampling there and some remediation measures just to see what would be effective. Those areas are under continuing monitoring and will be. They are not occupied because they are in that immediate action level. As we move into fall and winter, they'll begin bulk sampling in the areas that meet the school action level. That's right now about 14 classrooms in the high school. And those are having air tests done quarterly. They did one in July, and then we will do those again in October, January of 25, and April of 25, so that we keep an eye on the levels in there until we get to next summer's abatement activity. The next thing that will come from Waite and Handel after that, bulk sampling in the high school, will be a corrective action plan, which is basically the scope of work for abatement. That will go, again, everything goes to the state first and then to us, at which point we start to figure out how we're going to phase this in with all the other work that's being done at the school, and start working with the state on compliance and the costs associated with that work. The plan still is to get through all of the sampling and testing this fall and winter so we can act on this next summer. Any questions on that?
I actually do, if I may.
Heidi, do you know what your Junction, Vermont? It's come to my awareness that the PCB problem is not only in the VOTEC, it's also in the high school and the middle schools. So why have we not heard about this prior to my findings and bringing it to the board?
So the middle school was sampled and tested and cleared already. The middle school is fine. The areas in the high school, those classrooms that I just spoke about, are in the school action level, not the immediate action level. So we dealt with the stuff that required immediate action first, and now we're moving on to bulk sampling in those so that we can do that abatement next summer as well. So we have not let any of the areas impacted slide.
So are the staff, the teachers, and the students safe to be within these zones?
Yes. All of the test results from the air sampling that was done are available on the Department of Health website. The only areas that were of concern are those areas that are listed as immediate action levels, and those areas are not occupied.
Okay, thank you.
And all of that information is available on the website.
Correct.
And Jonathan, would you share just the overview of the agencies of the state that are actually helping us through this process? Because this isn't just us.
Yes, correct. We've actually gotten very good support from both Natural Resources and the Department of Health. The Department of Health really drives the program. They're the ones that collect the data. They're the ones that approve the action plan. and their website is the central and final source for the latest information related to what we have in our schools. They have actually been very, very good to work with, very communicative and very involved since the beginning. They have picked up all of the costs associated with this to date. And my understanding at this point is the costs for the investigation moving forward, at least through this fiscal year, are covered by that agency. We'll have another conversation once we get to the actual scope of work for abatement. But really, if you're looking for the agency that is the go-to source for information, that would be the Department of Health. So, we don't make many decisions here. Our job is really to facilitate the work of the agencies the state has hired.
Okay,
Yes.
for those of you who picked up the handout today, the June 12th minutes contain the testimony of the experts from the state and our questions to them and their answers to those questions when they came and presented to us on this subject. So it's there to sort of set the baseline.
And the public was invited to that meeting. It was announced.
Pretty well won.
Pretty,
Pretty well.
yes, it was very well.
Thank you, Jonathan.
May I add a comment?
Yes.
So I looked up your, Danielle,
Yeah,
you're okay. I looked it up to make sure that I was correct on this. It says the Wilder School is part of the public school system and thus free to attend. So parents do not have to pay the tuition. That tuition is paid by the school district, not by each individual parent. Is that what you were saying? I just want to make sure.
there is a difference in between what is covered in tuition from our tax money and what is having to be covered. Yes. There is a difference.
I will look that up and find out for you to make sure, okay?
Okay.
I don't think it is.
I would
I'm almost
glad-
positive it is not, but that doesn't mean,
I know.
because I don't have a child there, so.
Because we've had email correspondence before, so I know you have my email, you can email me back.
Gotcha.
And can I just clarify, you can't choose to send a child to a regional collaborative program.
That's very true.
That is incorrect, yeah, we're extensive referral, yes.
Right. And it's just like the tech center here is still a part of the school system. And for your children to come into one of the programs in the tech center, you do not have to pay.
Right, I went through here, I know.
Oh, okay, we're good. Okay, thanks. I'll find out and I'll get back to you,
I
okay?
appreciate it.
Thank you.
Jacob, doesn't, Jacob, right?
I'm sorry.
Isn't this Jacob?
Yes, this is Jacob.
So you've never processed the check that she's talking about?
I have,
You've been here?
yes,
You have? Oh, so it is true.
no,
Oh, okay.
what happens is there's a fall bill out that we bill out to the school districts. Then there's a spring bill out that we bill out to the school districts. And because it's a collaborative, it's a net zero program. So if there's any money left over, we send it back to the districts. If there's any money owed, we bill the districts. But there's not any parents that we're billing out for it. We're billing everything to the school districts.
And there's also federal money that's reimbursed
Right.
also,
And state.
because every student in those programs has an individualized education.
Right. And there's state reimbursement. as well. Okay, goals for the interim superintendent. And we'll start with you.
I mean, I have looked before at, some goals in the past that have been apparent for, the previous superintendent and superintendents in other districts, and I wanted to open up that conversation, so that is clear.
council thoughts.
I had actually contributed that as a, item where we would be told the goals of the superintendent rather than we would be generating them, so I'm not terribly well prepared, I'm afraid. There have been, over the years, a series of, exercises conducted by the board in which we have worked with the superintendent to come up with goals, not necessarily for the superintendent, but goals for the district as a whole. Those should be readily findable. The ones that we still need to work on, and there are a number, we would like to see continue to be worked on. There was mention earlier of the guidance given to students going to college or thinking about going to college. That was an issue that has been brought up in the past, that we have asked for and received a monitoring report on the past, but has not been resolved. That is an area where we would like to see continued progress. There are a number of other things like that should be followed up on, and there's also a number of monitoring reports that have been requested from the previous superintendent. Those have not all been completed. Those would be a wonderful thing to get as well.
So as we continue, because this is gonna be an ongoing discussion, you know, it just doesn't magically appear and then get done. So I think that a good core area to start with is the submission of the continuous improvement plan that went to the state,
There,
you know.
I do have a personal goal, by the way. As the individual who was representative of the board in terms of policy development, I've been waiting for a long time for the chance to go and do the much needed policy work that is supposed to be happening.
Yes.
So, we will have to set up a time and start working our way through the policies. So,
That's usually done with a team of AC members.
yeah,
But I think the continuous improvement plan is a good focal point. Because it's front and center, you know, especially with the state government. Or they already, the agencies educated. So we start there and build out.
Could you explain to some of the people in here that might not know what that is, what the continuous?
So the continuous improvement plan we submit to the Vermont AOE every year. It's actually related to our application for the consolidated federal grants program. And we're asked every year to, or every 2 years actually, for the continuous improvement plan to submit a plan that outlines what our areas of need and support are. That's based on comprehensive data that we collect from the district in order to identify those needs. So often we're looking at attendance data, we're looking at social emotional data through, you know, our panorama survey. We're looking at academic data. We're looking at a variety of different benchmarks in order to determine both goals related to academics as well as goals related to MTSS, multi-tiered systems of support. And through the data collection, we focus in on those goals and we carve out our continuous improvement plan. And the investments we make through our title funds align directly with the goals that we identify to the state and the related data that we provide.
Short. Sometimes we forget that not everybody
Yes.
knows what we're talking about, when we're talking about.
And, one of the things that, came up during, the administrative, council, we want to share, what we'll be doing as far as working more actively with the individual principals to bring in.
Yeah,
some of those,
absolutely. Thank you.
And it'll fit into
Yeah.
this part of the discussion.
Yeah, so one of the presentations at our district in service, which was really powerful, was that all of the district committees had an opportunity to share out their work from the previous year. So they shared, we have different district committees related to equity, MTSS, special education, a variety of different math, ELA, and they all shared the work that they had been looking at throughout the previous year and what their plans for the work this year looks like. And that all aligns to what we have in our continuous improvement plan. So the thought is that we would have at board meetings throughout the year an opportunity for some of those different district committees to share out and connect to our ends policies, as well as different school-based presentations from each building to also explain how all of the ends policies are being actualized and lived in the district and the work we do every day with students. So that's the idea.
Was the school board at that in service?
No.
We do see the continuous improvement plan report. We have to review it. It's presented at a meeting, at the end of the school year usually, before it is then forwarded to the state. So we are involved in the process.
Is the school board usually at the first of the year in service?
Yes.
My understanding is historically the school board has attended that in service and did not this year. And maybe that's a misunderstanding, but.
I personally have attended on occasion if I was free and able to do so. I have not attended every single occasion. Often I'm otherwise occupied with work.
Yeah, no, I
Yeah,
respect
yeah,
you.
no, I just.
You're not making
it's sort
money
of
off this, I get it.
the way it has happened. So.
The way it was framed to me, I'm just gonna voice this concern because it seems like a valid concern, is that in the past, at least some representation of the school board has attended that first of the year in service for the district. And that this year there was not any participation from the school board, which I think, given the controversy that the town, that the district has been involved in over the last couple of months, lends to more distrust. And that was an opportunity to bring constituents together, to bring people who are teaching our children in contact with board members to be able to share directly. And that was a missed opportunity, feedback for future reference. Maybe I'm off base, but that was direct feedback from staff, so passing that along.
You know, pretty much, why didn't you go?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you, what,
Why didn't you go?
Mayor? Mayor?
I can say that I didn't know it was an option to attend. If I had known, then I probably could have tried to attend. I mean, I do work full time and have 2 kids, but if I had known ahead of time, that could have been an option. So
I'm gonna be very blunt. We were told that there were teachers that said that if any school board members came on Monday, they would walk.
Maybe
For me, that meant, listen, you have no idea, I've been going for 10 years to that event. You have no idea the controversy that it came and the heartache that it gave to me and the anger even that I felt at part of that. And
You guys-
I wanted my,
This was not an organized effort by.
that's
you.
right, it was
Recognize
not.
Be able to do that. This was just rogue people voicing displeasure in inappropriate ways.
And I wanted to support Katie and the school district. And I thought if my being there is gonna cause such a controversy, that I will not be there for the first time in 10 years. That's it, that's the facts. That's what happened. And I don't have
I appreciate you speaking to that.
I don't have any problem telling you that's exactly what happened.
Transparent, we got the chair as well. The chair
No,
is the leader, right?
no,
No, he does not tell us whether we have to go or not on that day.
You should,
let
as a
me,
leader and as a chair, the leader should encourage you to go, because that's what a leader does. Now, let's hear your excuse.
you need to be very careful.
No, we don't.
No. I'm saying you need to be very careful with what you don't know,
All right. just
okay?
explain it.
And I will tell you what you don't know.
All right.
My wife has been in the hospital since June 6th. I had an appointment with the hospital that day, which means it's the first time in more than 10 years that I have not been there. End of discussion.
That doesn't mean you can't encourage others to go, I mean, it's. that
We
means you're-
decided, I decided that I was not gonna go, no matter what Kevin said.
Okay, but that's, that's a fact,
Yeah.
okay?
Of course, that's your fact.
All right.
I mean, you're the leader.
I do think it's helpful to hear the reasons though, so thank you for sharing.
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome. I'm past the point of
Mm,
withholding my my obligation to this board and to this district, because I ran for the very first time because of the district, and my grandchildren were in this school system. My daughter was teaching in this school system. I had been in early ed for 20+ years in this district. I ran and I continue to run because I have such a strong feeling for this district and I want it to be the best there is. That is the only reason I am running. That's the only reason I haven't resigned already this year. My firm belief is we owe it to our kids to do the best that we can. That's what I am doing. That is what this board is doing. You don't have to agree with us, and that's okay. We are adults. We can have differences of opinions, even amongst our board, but we can still have that goal of what we're doing is the best for our kids in this district. And I won't apologize for that. Daniel, I'm sorry.
Everybody knows, my name is Danielle Lemon. I graduated in 2006. Coach Christie, I went to school with Angela. Okay, born and raised here in this town. We all have some pride. Our roots run deep here. Okay, but you all just asked us to dig deep into our pockets. Okay, you asked us real deep to dig into those pockets for a brand new budget, huge budget. Some that some of us couldn't even afford to toss around or even help get. And then you went and signed off on something that is unbearable for any of us to really even speak. You gave somebody something that is more than I could even think about selling my house for. My house, my land, the roof over my kid's head. And you just signed it off to somebody. You've got to think, and we are asking you to think a little bit harder sometimes. And that trust is just about as easy as opening up that door and walking right out of it. Okay? You didn't think before you did, and we're trying to get our kids to think before they do. We're teaching these kids, and some of these teachers don't even want to go to school because of some of these kids' attitudes in the middle school on a daily basis. And we're trying to sit there and uplift some of these teachers to even go to work on a daily basis. And you went ahead and did that? And you're asking us to trust you, make decisions for a broader thing. We can't. We just simply can't trust right now. And these teachers, they can't trust either, but you're asking them to trust. Come on, no one's gonna trust that. Not a single soul is gonna trust that. Please don't ask for trust when you're willing to just go and throw that right down and just step all over it. My son was bullied for 2 years in that middle school, and finally he stepped up to that bully the last 2 weeks this past year, and he's the one that got suspended, and his bully got to stay in school that day. Yeah, you bet your rear end I went and bought that kid a McDouble and a whole bunch of other stuff at McDonald's, and we went and played in the water that day, down at the river, just because it does not deserve to be punished because he defended himself. He deserved to get praised for defending himself. That bully, he's in the high school now. My son, on a daily basis, all summer long, you know what his words were? I don't want to go back to school this year. I don't. You know why? Because now that bully's in the high school, that's a free door opening every single day for that kid to just walk out, walk across, and punch my son right in the face at the middle school. Do you think my son's gonna feel safe? Because he's in 8th grade. No. So you know what we're doing? We've been thinking, what's our only thought? We're gonna have to sell our house here in Hartford, and we're gonna have to move south. I'm not the only one thinking this in Hartford right now. We are the majority of thinking about uprooting our kids and moving out now because of this. And because of all the tax stuff going on here in Hartford, because no one can afford it anymore. And we're trying to keep our kids here because we thought the education was great. But we're living the nightmare that's going on. We're living it. And it's not fair to us anymore because we have to sit here and wake up every morning and tell our kids lies. What do we do? But we're supposed to sit here and trust you guys day in and day out because you guys are supposed to be helping the teachers. It's a trickle down effect. You're supposed to be supporting the teachers are supposed to be supporting our children, and we're supposed to be supporting them. We can't support anybody anymore. Because the supports that's supposed to be helping all the way down through, not doing anything. We're sitting here doing what we're supposed to do best, but we're able to sit there and look at the credentials that are supposed to be there, and we're seeing firsthand that the teachers and their full names, even if they're married names, don't even have their certificates that are listed or supposed to be listed on the Vermont state website. The teachers don't even have their certificates. Miss Sutton, is your first name actually Katy? Is that your full first name, or is that just the name that you go by?
It's my shortened name, it's Catherine.
Catherine, okay, because I looked up Catherine Sutton and your certificate is not listed on the Vermont state website either.
So I'm gonna stop you there.
Okay, so this is
And
what I'm saying.
wait, I'm gonna stop you there.
I'm just letting you know.
No, well, then
It's
we
not
have a
fair.
problem, we have a problem with the state then. Because she is certified as a superintendent. Okay, and that I know for sure. Because
Okay,
I've
so-
seen the certificate.
Upson's not, and she's supposedly been, and she's not listed as a 6th grade teacher either.
I
And she's also
cannot,
not a principal, but she was there for 12 years.
I cannot account for the state's website. Okay?
I'm just saying.
Those teachers give us their paperwork. The teachers who are not listed could feasibly be on provisional license, but they would be listed as such if the website was up to date, because there are provisional licensed teachers. There are folks who have graduated, have fully gained what they need, and because the state is so far behind the certification process, that's what's going on, and that's a fact. We have over 600 provisionally licensed teachers in the state as we speak.
I would understand that and believe that to an extent, other than teachers who were just getting theirs and who have registered and their certification expires in 32 are already up and loaded on that. But ones that are expiring, there's aren't even showing on it. So I appreciate your time and thank you, but I just want you to know, I think you guys need to be double checking and double verifying that they're actually up there for all the parents to also see, because that would help make you guys look better also for us as parents when we're able to see it, that you guys also see that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, John.
Can I speak next? We're in public session, right?
Yes.
Okay, I think that most people here are here because of the sound about $220,000.
It's not public comment.
No,
Jeff, just a minute, just a minute. I'm sorry, just a minute.
We're still under goals for the interim superintendent. This is not part of the public comment. Although the public has been able to speak.
Sorry,
Thank you.
no, that's fine. I guess what we'll do, since we've already covered that piece, we have a plan, for the rest of the cycle. We'll go ahead with, public comment. I would like to ask folks to please, in order to give everybody a chance to speak, hold your, thoughts to a couple of minutes, each, it should be able to work. That's what usually works. So, we will start.
Okay, so
Identify.
my name is Jeff Arnold, I live in Wilder. And I'm very upset about the $220,000 that was paid to the policy and the way it was done. We all know that the town told you not to pay 2 superintendent salaries. And then when he quit, you ended up paying 2 salaries. You didn't need to pay him $167,000 in base salary. There's no need for it. He's been here 13 years, but look at what he left us. Look at the academic record at the high school. Look at how he left without anybody to replace him. Leaving interim special ed director, interim assistant director, 20 vacancies. And you thought it was fitting to give him $220,000, $167,000 base salary plus $50-something thousand in benefits. Friends benefits, his unused vacation days, $10,000 for that. I'd like to know how that decision was made. It was made in executive session, then why didn't you come out and publicly state that decision was made? It seems to me like it would have been null and void if it was never publicly made. All of a sudden, Coach Christie has his signature on a separation agreement for $220,000 and all these benefits, cell phone, $2,000. And we don't hear anything from the other board members. I don't know, I know there's a code of conduct that you all appreciate so much that maybe it shut down some of the members so that you all agreed to be unanimous. Because I know I was accused of being a rogue when I broke away from the school board back in 2014 and spoke my mind. But it doesn't seem like I want to know how each one of these members voted in public. I want to know what, Mr. Heavysides, how did you vote? Please. Mr. Heavysides.
I'll speak up for mine if you don't mind, Jeff. I'll start first.
I'm asking Mr. Heavysides, we'll get you. Let's vote for that $220,000.
That's privileged information.
You are a public servant. You are a public servant, and we need to know how you're spending our tax dollars. These are our tax dollars you're giving away. You know how much value in property tax that is? That's like $7 million in property taxes to get that amount of money in taxes that you just gave away. He's getting $2,000 a week for the next year. We're struggling. So are you gonna tell us how you voted? Or are you gonna hide?
What makes it privileged?
No,
It's not privilege. This is not privilege. You have to come out of executive session and vote.
we voted on
I don't.
July
I'm asking Mr. Hensel
18th.
first.
Wait a minute, we as a board voted. And it's in the minutes
It's not.
on the
it's-
17th.
On the 18th of July, you have a consent agenda. You put something as big as a superintendent payment in the consent agenda, like it's already done, no discussion? You don't wanna ask us any questions? You think you have the right to dig into our tax piggy bank and just give away $200,000? You think you have that right? Since when you have the right, and then you go hide it, when the Valley News comes after you, why didn't you tell them it's a public document? You wouldn't even share it with them. You, the chair, you wouldn't share it with them and you said, no, I can't tell you. Why did you tell the Valley News? You couldn't tell them that. Why? Knowing full well that it's a public document.
On the advice of counsel. Okay, and I'm not hiding behind that. I am telling you.
Well, your counsel was
the fact.
telling, why was your counsel telling you to hide it? Why?
It wasn't.
He told you to hide it.
No.
That's what you just told me.
Jeff, let him answer.
Yes,
well,
thank you.
That's what you just told me, right? Your counsel told you not to tell anybody.
What was said and what was done is the activities that were held in executive session and the continued negotiations were under restriction. Okay,
When you make a decision like that, you have to come out of executive session and vote on it,
You have to take action to vote on it.
or take action to vote on it. And that was not done. Does that make it legal? You violated open meeting law by doing that.
we
And
voted.
you are responsible because you are the chair. And if you got everybody to vote unanimously, that's on you.
Kevin has never told us what to vote, either yay or nay with anything. Never.
Okay, you vote, so can you?
My comment on how I voted is no comment.
So,
Because
We don't
none
want
of
people
this is how I
we
voted.
don't want people on the board who make no comment, who want to cover up. That's a
I'm
cover up.
not covering up.
Yes, you're covering up.
I voted,
You're saying no
I
comment.
am
You don't want
saying
to,
it's
you don't
no
want to tell
comment.
what happened?
I have no comment to make. That is my legal right to say. I have no comment to
It's your
make.
legal right, but it's just a.
Doesn't matter what you think. It's my legal right to say no comment. My comment is no comment.
And so how do you feel about that?
I feel just fine with that.
You thought it was a great, you think it was worthy, that he deserved that money?
That's
Despite
not what I
his circumstances.
said. I said, you asked what my vote was. My answer to that is no comment.
You spoke earlier about how worried you were about your children, your daughter and your grandchildren in this district.
Yeah,
Yet you cut 20 programs to pay out some.
no, I did not. No, we did not. Linda,
Baloney.
I'm sorry.
What was it?
Come on, no, wait, time out. Time out.
Also, we have a conflict here.
No, we do not.
Because your daughter, on GP six says you cannot have, the board cannot have a member, I'll read it to you. Your daughter's the head of what?
She's speaking public, though, I think, of the community.
I have not had
Well, as a
conversations
member
with
of
her.
the committee, yes, of course, but there's a conflict here, because you're the head of the staff union, right?
Correct.
And your mother is sitting on the board. That is a conflict, and it says right here, members must avoid conflict of interest with respect to GP six, board members, code of conduct. Members must avoid conflict of interest with respect to their fiduciary responsibility and other responsibilities as a board and district.
She's also.
How is that a conflict?
She's my neighbor. So she's still paying taxes. Well,
But having
is no
her as
conflict of interest there.
union head and mother on the, school board, you don't think that's a conflict?
Why would it be?
Not at all. She's teaching our kids, I think, too.
So of course she's teaching her kids, but they,
We do not have
they
any
negotiate salaries,
conversation
you know,
that
they
we should not be having.
But the board does all the negotiations, for salaries, you know that?
But I do not do that.
Wait.
Oh, no, Jeff. I am not on that committee at all and never have been.
But you could be.
No, I cannot,
She's removing herself from conflicts.
because I removed myself from day one on that.
Well, what we do have a problem is because I was told by a previous board member that Superintendent DeValzi actually did the negotiations with the administrators. And of course, they got the 7% increase, a 4% increase, a 3% increase. 7% increase got DeValzi $10,000 in the base pay increase in 1 year. Why is he negotiating for his own, basically, his own pay increase? Why is that happening? Why are you allowing that to happen, Mr. Christie? Why do you
Mrs.
allow that?
Sadly, would you like to please?
I would just
leave?
like to make a statement that before I was union president, I felt this because I come to these board meetings all the time. And I've been a district employee for 13 years. And I understand that everybody has the right to come in and express their opinions, ask their questions. I feel though that some people need to take a little bit of a deeper dive into who is who actually has the right to make decisions, because a lot of what is directed towards the board, and I'm not saying everything they do is right, and I'm not saying this because she's my mother. I'm saying a lot of times people are saying things to the school board that they do not control. They don't control our taxes. They're not responsible for the increase in our taxes.
They signed up.
They're not responsible for the positions that were cut. They said, here's the budget, administrators, you figure out how it works. So a lot of the yelling and screaming at them, they sit there and they take it. And it's not their, they don't have any, they can't change what you're wanting them to change. Some things they can, but some things they cannot.
Their job is to keep the taxes down, to keep costs.
No,
That's
that's not Willier's job.
Yeah.
No, it is, it's part of the school board
No,
job.
they have nothing over our taxes.
So what do you think
Are you-
Christie does?
That's it, that's not as his, board member here. That's his job in Montpelier.
He said, I used to be on the board,
Mhm.
I know how things happen. We have board members who negotiate the contracts,
Yes,
they work them out. The board, it's only the board and it's only the teachers that go to those discussions. So you're saying the board has nothing to do with the contract, the results?
no, that's not what you said. You said our taxes.
That
That's
affects our
different.
taxes. The results of this negotiation.
Who would you like to negotiate our contracts?
What?
Who would you like to negotiate our contracts? If it's not you who are involved.
Yeah.
Can I just?
People.
Yes.
Scott Farnsworth, I live in town. Can we have a conversation? If there are things, Jeff, that you feel so strongly about, maybe you can find a rep, a lawyer, or somebody that can meet with their people, having this kind of conversation in a public
I
board meeting,
apologize.
when Kevin asked 2 minutes. I have read loads of things and heard lots of things. There's a lot of people upset in this town. And I will be one of them. I'm trying to figure out how I can communicate, in what tone, and how do I do that with someone that I live alongside and someone that I likely voted for at some degree. One of the things I've thought about several times in the last 3 months, nobody else is running for the board.
Yeah.
I cannot tell you how many times I said that. So when we are pointing fingers and raising the decibels of our voice at these people who have just said 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, they've been doing things for us, I do not know what occurred. I pay taxes too. I do not know what happened to that. But I also, am figuring out, I'm also gotta figure out how is it that I can get the answers that I want. We're not quite sure what that is, but
This, please, is very uncomfortable. So,
Well, that's.
may I please?
Is there a legal process that can be pursued on behalf of the parents and voters and whatever? To look further into what really went on here, so that we would get some of the facts rather than just the story.
So may I?
Cannot be discussed.
Right.
So may I? So there was a executive session to review the superintendent's performance. That's on the record. No action was taken at that meeting. That is on the record. Sometime after that meeting occurred, the superintendent submitted his resignation. That is on the record. This was a period of time while the board was on break. We do not meet for an extended period during the summer. The board only acts through meetings like this. We do not take action individually. We don't do anything except like a meeting like this. In the absence of a board meeting, the chair of the board, who has, under our rules, a unique relationship with the superintendent and the superintendent's office, conducted negotiations with the superintendent, with our attorneys, with the superintendent's attorneys. As a result of that negotiation, an agreement was reached. You may or may not like that, but that's how it happens.
So you're
Yes,
saying.
without, let me finish.
All right.
I'm not done with the narration yet. That process was done. During this time, lots of different rumors were going around. And I believe some of those made it to the local paper. The local paper then attempted to try to find out what was going on. At the time that the initial inquiries were made, we were in the middle of the negotiations. There wasn't anything that we could say at that time. There wasn't anything we were going to say at that time. Once the negotiations were concluded, the paper, representative of which is right there, came forward with the Freedom of Information Act request. Now, at this point, we all on the board knew what the subject matter of the agreement was. It's a public document now. You can all go look at it. There are all many of you quoting from the summary of it. It's a public record. There's total transparency about it. However, we had not yet, as a board, totally approved it because we hadn't had our meeting yet. We did have our meeting. Yes, you are correct. We approved it in the course of the consent agenda. That is the way we do all departures and dismissals. Everything about hiring a new person is done through the consent agenda. That is our normal process. So there was all of that. Now, why we negotiated the way we did, what was said in that executive session, we're not going to tell you because we legally cannot do so. Any more than we could talk about the conversations with respect to a teacher who is having personal issues that need to come before us, any more than we could talk about the issues around a student who is having disciplinary issues perhaps, or other problems that are covered by federal privacy laws. We did what we did because we thought it was the right thing to do in the circumstances that we knew that we had to deal with. Now, let me talk to you about the board. The board is composed of people who are volunteering their time here. Now, yes, we get paid for every single meeting we go to, at least if we fill in the paperwork. The paperwork, I don't bother to fill in, by the way. So I get paid automatically for these public meetings, but that's all I've ever gotten paid for, with very, very, very few exceptions. So we have a member of the board who has been suffering from, actually multiple members of the board who've been suffering from very serious medical issues over the course of the last years. We have the coach who's just talked about his wife has been in the hospital for months. In the middle of all of this, we're trying to deal with the town's business. We're trying to do what is right. Now, if any of you think we're so stupid that we would not have known what the reaction was going to be, think again. We've been doing this for a very long time. If we went and did what we did, knowing what was going to come after us, there had to have been a reason. I can't tell you that reason, but let me tell you that there was a reason. And I have no problem by saying at all, I totally support what happened. It was not the outcome I wanted. It's not the outcome I would have liked for. It is the best outcome that could have happened under the circumstances. And I truly am sorry that it upset you. It didn't make me feel good either. Okay, so you may think many things about me, and many people do. But I have devoted a significant amount of time to trying to help the school board do its job as well as we could with the resources we have and with the cards we were dealt. So. Thank you.
You broke his heart. Yes.
I will say this, and I appreciate that, and I want to take a leap of faith here and say, thank you for that. And I want to say a positive thing, maybe as a leap of faith, knowing boards and board positions, maybe it's something you guys could take into consideration, making and writing a bylaw and maybe writing it and bringing it in front of the public on a dollar amount of what is constructive between two people, meaning you and the public, of what is acceptable for an amount of expenditure, of what's acceptable between both parties, of what is okay for you to spend before we go off on a nutshell and go crazy.
Right.
Looking that way,
So-
because 50,000 would be, you know,
I understand.
going on the higher end. You know,
And-
before someone jumped off the deep end on our side.
And
See where I'm going with
And
this?
I entirely understand exactly how this played out and how it appears. I
My
have to
second
say,
side to that would be is, Kathy said, and I'm sorry if I'm botching your name, so Scott Farnsworth was a school counselor when I was in high school, and I understand that you're new and you're the intern, he would be someone that I personally, if you were looking to, look for different avenues of what the high school student structure was trying to be different, and looking for parents who were looking for more, as this parent was looking for. His eye was amazing in that aspect, and he would be someone's ear that I would be bending and then folding and then bending again. He was amazing then, and knowing that he went on into HACTC and glorified everything there. And seeing him in passing, it's still the same pleasure seeing him, and just knowing he stuck around. I know for a fact he would benefit spending an ear and catching coffee with, so that's someone that I would catch up with if I were you, so. As positivity goes, I'm very sorry that you guys are catching earfuls in town and around town, but just know that it's a sore subject all the way 6 ways till Sunday, and I'm very sorry about that, but.
as a taxpayer myself, the fact that we cut per student spending and our taxes went up the way they did does not feel good.
No.
But I didn't set the way the state of Vermont collects and generates taxes. I have to live with it, and we did everything that we could possibly do to reduce the burden
You know,
on the
it's the
taxpayer.
way the cookie crumbles.
Yes, and it did.
And it's how it happened, when it happened, and the way the exit happened.
Right.
You couldn't have foreseen that happening, but at the same time, it's almost like it could have been a controlled happening in people's eyes.
Yes, and,
Thank you.
so,
Alan Butler. This is kind of a nuts and bolts question, and then based on what you were saying, when you first started to speak, you said there's some relationship or agreement between the superintendent and the board chair.
there's so if you look at our rules, which are on the chair has a special relationship with the superintendent. The board as a whole acts in the absence of the ability to have the board. The chair's got some leeway to act on behalf of the board.
And is that in your policy?
Yes, it's in the policy.
And actually, it's in every board policy, it's in Robert's rules. You know, you'll see it, you know, like throughout, entities and agencies that have effective boards.
So you feel that the relationship between the superintendent's position and the chair's position and the policies that you have adopted that are published on the website, the chair has the authority in the absence of a board meeting and agreement from board members to negotiate a separation agreement with the superintendent to the tune of $250,000. And that's within existing policy.
Within the scope of how we work. He doesn't get to, so part of the problem is, because of the requirements of the Freedom of Information request. The agreement got out ahead of the process. It got to us. We were aware of the issues in it. We only had to take the final formal vote, which we did, to make it complete.
And what would have happened if you, as a board, had decided you were not gonna vote to support what your chair had negotiated?
We would have had a lot of problems, wouldn't we?
You sure would, because the documents that he signed were signed well in advance of the board meeting where you approved this.
And if you look at our
in the
schedule,
consent agenda.
it was not hidden. That's just the way we actually.
You don't publish the details of the consent agenda for the world to see. We don't know who's in that consent agenda.
In this case, you certainly did, because it had been gathered by the reporter and was made public already.
It was not disclosed that approval of a consent agenda was going to involve the superintendent. You don't tell us in your agenda or in the documents backing up the agenda what the details of the consent agenda are. We don't know that. We've got the meeting minutes from previous meetings, but we don't have any of the information about who's hired or dismissed or promoted or titles changed. None of that, which you handle in the consent agenda, but it's not disclosed anywhere to the public. So you had a secret negotiation by the board chair that went on for some extended period of time. He signed agreements with the superintendent ahead of the board ever seeing any of that. And then you brought it to a board meeting where there was no opportunity for the public to see any of what was going on, and you approved it very quietly as part of the consent agenda.
It was, actually, if you go back and look at the minutes of the meeting, you will see I specifically stated, later on, we just did that. As a part of the comment and question. It's in the minutes in your hand.
Later on, you just did what?
That we had just approved the agreement for the superintendent.
After the fact. After the fact.
Well,
It was
actually,
a completely done deal at that point. Let me ask you this. Were you aware that the superintendent and the chair were negotiating a separation agreement?
Yes.
Before the meeting on what, July 18th?
I was aware before it was approved, yes.
Really? Yes. And how was that communicated to the board members? You didn't have a meeting. You didn't have a closed session where you agreed to that.
What date did you know about it?
During, we can't disclose what we spoke about in executive session the
We're not
night
asking that.
We're asking
of
dates.
June 12th. You know, and the initial discussion, you know, during that time included a lot of information that we can't necessarily disclose. Okay, and that was based upon the recommendation of our attorney from the beginning, and then working with Mr. DeBalzis.
We made sure every step of the way that we were talking to our attorneys.
Oh, wait a minute, who's we? Is it the royal we, or I'm a little confused because you haven't had a meeting. You aren't supposed to do any business by phone or email or text, but somehow you're aware that this negotiation is going on.
No, you're misreading the law.
Here, go ahead and tell me that you can have a meeting.
We can't make any
telephonic.
decisions. We didn't make any decisions. We certainly talked to each other.
Really? She signed an agreement, that's a decision. And it says right here, I just want to interject for a second, then go back. It says right here in GP5, school board chair's role. The authority of the chair consists in making decisions that fall within topics covered by board policies and governance process and board management delegation, with the exception of employment or termination of the superintendent. Those are the rules you should be following. Why didn't you follow them?
The timeline is missing.
You know, I was gonna speak, I've got prepared comments I was gonna make a little later in the public comment period that's going on. But I really wanted to headline my comments with the word transparency. I wanted to start with it and end with it. And so I understand, I sat on a board for 12 or 15 years. I understand that there's a need for closed sessions and that you have to do some sensitive business outside the purview of the public. But generally, you have to come out of those kinds of sessions and take actions in front of the public. And you don't act unilaterally, and you don't act by phone or email or text. And it sure sounds like you were having conversations, and I somehow electronically having conversations about what Mr. Christie was talking to Mr. DeBalzi about, and you were aware of all of that to give him the confidence to sign an agreement weeks ahead of when you actually acted on that in a public meeting. And that really disturbs me. That's not transparency. And that's what people in this room and the rest of the citizens in Hartford are upset about right now, is that you squandered $250,000 on some arrangement with the DeBalzi that we can't be told details of. And I appreciate that there's something going on with him that caused you to think you needed to pay him so much money. But
That's the remainder of his contract.
and he's not working for it. You gave him an entire year's worth of pay for nothing that he's doing for this district.
I'm not gonna talk about that.
You know, it's just offensive to us at a time when you're cutting spending in the schools, cutting programs, you've got, PCB problems and mold problems and stuff that's not being dealt with, and classes delayed opening because you're not taking good care of our buildings. And you can comfortably say that it was a good deal for you to pay that guy so much money at the same time that you're raising our taxes, reducing the educational opportunities for our kids, and it just doesn't add up. I appreciate the work that you folks do as a board year in and year out for so long. I did it myself. But I'll tell you one thing. I never sat on a board that pulled anything like this. And we went through a couple of superintendents. And nothing like this ever happened in my district. We wouldn't have had the courage to do something like this. It's just very disappointing that you couldn't be more upfront and to conduct yourselves in a more appropriate way as a board. If you let Mr. Christie do the things that you said he did on his own, then our policies need to be changed and you folks need to take ownership of being responsible for what's going on.
If I ever said I wasn't.
I don't think we've heard a good answer on why the money was spent and where we're going from here.
Can I get procedural clarification?
Sure.
Of the personnel behaviors of board members protected?
I'm not sure I understand.
So I understand that teachers' behaviors, and you need to terminate a contract, administrators' behavior, you need to terminate a contract. As well as that will apply, I get it. I'm not clear if the board erred and did something wrong, causing Mr. DeBalzi to sue the school board for threatening lawsuits. And you negotiated a separation agreement for that not to pursue. If your behaviors are covered by that same law. That, because I think everybody here is, we're left with conjecture and we're left like, what? So I'm looking for procedural clarification. I'm not suggesting you did.
Right. So I don't understand your hypothetical. But are we as the school board accountable? The answer is yes. Every single year there's an election and some of us are. And
Protected
okay,
information, right?
right.
You can't disclose a behavioral incident that happens with an employee. You are in fact employees of the district, but you're elected officials too, and so I don't know, I'm asking questions, are you covered by that same rule?
I'm sorry, I'm being dense, maybe it's because I'm tired. I'm not sure what you're asking.
If you sexually harass someone.
Oh, okay.
Can the board disclose your behavior when in fact they negotiated a settlement with the person that you sexually harassed?
I see. That's
It's a hypothetical,
yes.
I'm trying to be.
Maybe something more neutral.
Yes.
You showed up drunk to a meeting.
Yeah. So, the board has the ability to, address people who are members of the board who have violated the rules of the board. So, yes, we're held accountable in that way.
But if you infringe on an employee's rights.
Yeah.
As their superintendent's boss, effectively. And you infringed on his rights.
Right.
And then he came to you with a lawsuit.
He could definitely, so if somebody was hurt because we had in some way violated their right to privacy, and so forth, something like that, they could definitely sue the board or even potentially board member.
I think what the gentleman is asking is, can you hide that negotiation and settlement between the board or a board member and somebody, an employee of the district in a closed session? Or because you're not an employee in the normal
We're not
sense,
in normal sense, yeah.
can that have to be handled in an open session?
Right, so, yeah, I don't know really how that would work out. This is not everything I've been thought about. Quite frankly, if I were to behave egregiously, the board, if it was related to my duties as the board, would be right to censure me. The board could bring pressure on me, to resign. And the, board doesn't have direct supervisory kind of relations that really come into it. And I would hope that you as the members of the town wouldn't vote me back. Well,
Employment practices.
Yeah.
You acted as an entity.
yeah.
In a way that interfered with someone's employee rights.
Mhm. So I'm an employee to the extent that I get taxed on what I get paid for being here. But I don't work for the HR department of the district. I'm not subject to it the same way, I believe. I really haven't.
We're elected officials, and being elected officials, if you want to get rid of us and you're that dissatisfied,
Do it.
vote us. You have an opportunity to do that when the reelection comes up. Like, I'm up in 27, when are you up in?
Next year.
Next year. So if you don't like what Peter's doing and you're that dissatisfied with him, don't vote him in.
I understand my rights to vote.
We had another issue because.
So to go back, so to go back to the
Unless he
original
steps down
question.
voluntarily.
None.
He should step down voluntarily. Because he signed the agreement. He made the agreement.
On the advice of counsel. Okay, and I'm not, hiding behind that. That was the process that we went through. And every single step of the way was advised by our counsel.
Okay, well,
I can't-
lots of attorneys are wrong, right?
No,
Attorneys
no,
lose the case every time.
Yeah, but, that's why we hired attorneys.
No, I get it. I just looking for procedural, and I actually haven't voiced my opinion on the board's conduct. I've just asked questions. I asked a question about why the board didn't go to the in-service. And information, I voiced information that I shared. I haven't shared my opinion from the board at all. I'm well aware of my right to vote.
Yeah.
And I appreciate, Mr. Russell, your encouragement for us to understand how to contact our legislators. I will tell you my personal experience with that this winter. I wrote a letter to every single legislator in the state. 5 of them responded. 1 who represented me, her comment was, "Why are you sending this to me? Is it because you're my constituent?" So I already know how to contact them, and frankly, it doesn't do much good. So the idea that just because we can contact someone, we get to affect change is, I have not found that to be true. I have had meetings with Ms. Sutton, right? And we had a very nice exchange. I think it was professional and pleasant. And we had a disagreement about a situation, and that's fine. I'm sorry, right, that's fine. The idea that we can, just telling us that we can just vote, isn't satisfying, and there's gotta be some understanding that people are going to be upset and voice their feelings about it. There's a tone that the board has taken on issues over the years that I have attended or listened to the school board meeting that is very condescending. I don't want to make this a personal attack on anyone, but there are some particular individuals who are condescending when they feel frustrated that the public is frustrated. I think these are important things for you all to reflect on, as you're in office for a few more years. Some of you are up for re-election, maybe that's something you want to be personal inventory of. And move on from there, but I'm not casting aspersions at anyone in particular, but I'm saying there's a general tone that is condescending at times.
Thank you for that. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Um,
Yes.
I was just gonna say something positive that I think the newsletter that Garrett is putting together with Doug, I think that could go a long way in the future, perhaps with these communication issues. Because I think a lot of this has been about communication, and not, you know, we're not understanding what you have to deal with, and you're not understanding maybe some of what we're experiencing.
Mary Lou Sullivan, one of the things I learned when I started becoming involved again, I guess, because I'm old and I'm very complacent. And I went to the voters box and I voted for some of you because I thought you were good leaders, good stewards. I'm a little dismayed, like a lot of townspeople right now. But one thing I learned was y'all seem to be in consensus. So I started asking some former board members, how is that possible? Some of them told me they had to sign an agreement when they became a board member. Some of them told me they had to take an oath. Now, I've spoken to 4 people and I don't think all 4 people are lying to me. Whichever way it goes, and Ms. Russell, you actually hit on it tonight. And when you said, I'm gonna throw out that oath or whatever your words were, and I'm gonna speak out. Well, I wanna tell you, as a taxpayer in this town, I don't take the time to go into the ballot box and vote for you. Some of you I voted for, some of you I did not. To have you act like sheep, to have you sit behind oaths so that I don't know how you think, how you feel, unless maybe I go to a meeting. You look at the minutes, motion passed, motion failed. The select board, as you all know, have been notorious for 5-2 votes. I think as a taxpayer in this town, we have the right to know how you vote. Maybe not on this issue, but on every other damn issue that you vote on. And I'm asking you to change that. I don't know who thought of it. I don't know when it came up. But I, as a person, could never think to run for school board because I take my First Amendment right very seriously. So as a teacher, you can't speak up. As a board member, you can't speak up. So how the hell do you ever expect to get beyond the non-trust, excuse me, with no transparency? Kudos for Garrett Wilson and Doug Heavysides for doing that newsletter. It's the first time in how many years? You sat on the school board for 10. How many of you sat on it? Have any of you ever tried to inform the taxpayers in this town? Mr. Christie, you talked about going by Dalton Brook and seeing something going on. I sat as co-chair on the bond committee that passed the Dalton Brook, the Creek School, and the renovations. One of the biggest selling points, one of the things I went to household and to meetings and said, we're gonna have these 2 new schools. We're gonna have a renovated White River School. It's gonna be more space. You gotta publicize what's happening in that space. Well, I feel like it was useless. We have a right to know. And every little step, every big step you take to make it transparent, to let us know is a step in the right direction. Otherwise, you will never build trust back.
Ma'am, I have to disagree, not with your statements about freedom of speech and so forth, but about your assessment of our attempts to communicate with the town. We have tried over and over and over the years to get anybody to show up, anybody to ask questions, anybody to attend meetings. We have had meetings in the different schools in the hopes that the people in those different areas would attend. We have done recognition of students with the hopes that families would show up and attend. And by the way, they do, just long enough to see their child get their recognition, and then they leave. We have had people show up who were extremely unhappy at some issue. And once that issue has been discussed, they leave. We have all of our sessions available on the TV, through the internet. We have all of our minutes published. We have done all we could think of, and we are cycling back again. And I truly hope that Doug and Garrett are much more skillful and successful than we have been. But we've actually tried multiple times over the years in multiple different ways to engage with the public. And you've got really busy lives, I understand that. And normally the American process is, it seems to be running okay. I got my life, I'll go deal with my life. I understand that. But to say that we actually haven't tried to figure out some way to engage with you isn't actually the truth.
Yes.
Heidi Gibson, River Junction, Vermont. I'd like to touch base on what Peter just said about trying to get public people to the school board meeting. I myself also did a FOIA, Freedom of Information Act request. Within that Freedom of Information request, why am I hearing you, Mr. Merrill, saying to Coach, we can't let people hijack the meeting like this? You're shutting us out, you're shutting us down. Now, is that open communication between the residents, the taxpayers, the parents, the students, the teachers, the staff, everyone involved?
So the fact of the matter is, this school board is how the school board meetings are how we conduct business. We control the agenda. If somebody wants to come in, they are allowed to make comments within the constraints that the chair wishes to put on how public comments are made, as long as they don't shut them down totally. And that's fine. But if on occasion, as has happened, people get upset about a particular issue and come in and start screaming from the back of the room over and over and over again, so we can't actually conduct a meeting, that causes a problem. And that actually has happened.
So if I may, can I ask a few questions? Let's get on to our buildings. There's lead in our water in multiple schools. When is the last time the water has been tested? What has been done to correct the problem? And when is the next testing going to be taking place?
I actually don't have the schedule memories. It's continuously being done under the direction of the state of Vermont.
And it's done once a year.
And
It's
the
done
thing is,
once a
they're
year.
published, that is published.
Yes,
on
it
the
is.
website.
It would be very much appreciated if links can be put up on the page so that people can find those ways of finding this information out, so that we don't bring this all the time to the meetings and have to waste precious time. What are we, we know now about the lead. We now are being told that there's PCB problems in the.
And by the way, with respect to the lead, we were among the very first districts in the entire state to voluntarily participate in a program to test our pipes for the lead. We have been following every single directive of the state on how to remediate. We have been doing that.
How are you remediating?
In some cases, you replace the faucet, someplace there's a whole process that we follow that does that.
Okay, so now.
Also, that's not just the school systems. That's also every childcare center, licensed childcare center in the state of Vermont has to do that very same thing.
No, I
with the
know,
water testing.
but I'm just asking about our school in general.
Yeah.
Because before I was interrupted, like I was trying to state,
I'm sorry.
we had the lead. And then now we have the PCBs in the VOTEC, the high school, the middle school. They may all not be priority right now to fix, because you have to wait for certain time frames when that space is available.
No.
But now you have mold a major mold problem that you stated in your release last night that was discovered a week ago. I personally know it was discovered August 5th. So why are we also covering that up? And why are we covering up the fact that the extent of this mold? I have lived here, let me state this, for 51 years in this town. As Mrs. Torrey stated, I went to Hartford. I work in this town and own 2 properties in this town. So yes, I invested in this town. I may not have had children, but I think we all deserve answers.
Okay, I can easily.
About coverage, that computer is not charging and I have to switch the Zoom. I have to restart the Zoom session. And I have to do that right now.
Okay.
If you want to
So
keep
let's
covering.
take an intermission.
Michelle has her hand raised in the virtual world.
Well, until he restarts,
Can't do anything.
otherwise we'd have to postpone the meeting. And bring all the stuff like this. So,
You have to do it right before he answers my question.
no, I'll.
In the time thing.
Oh, I'm not afraid to speak up again.
Something.
No, which yours just.
Is there, I'm trying to use that, is there a ground fault? Is there a ground fault in that,
I was just charging it to the computer.
That's not what I want. You're. She really had a hard
How are we going?
They're to the left, right? What is her?
This was pretty. I really trust these questions. You know, got this year.
Shower. Where's the sign of that? I figured out. Where's the next bathroom? Where's the closest bathroom? That is out of order. Go there. Well, out that door to the left.
Or if you go out.
Oh, maybe.
No, God, come on, guys, go out this
Be
door.
close to that. As I will call it.
Sit in the hot desk.
Read it.
We've solved the problem, or at least that problem.
Very sorry.
The technical snafu has been unsnapped. Okay, we will resume, the meeting, and Heidi, would you please, your question was about the mold, right?
So once again, my name is Heidi Duta, White River Junction, Vermont. Before we had to reset a laptop and restart the Zoom meeting, I was addressing the board as a whole, asking what is going on in our school systems, basically. First, we had the lead in the water. I asked you how you remediated or what steps are being taken, what tests are being done, and what timeline the tests are being taken. Then I addressed the PCBs briefly because we had that discussion earlier today in the meeting, that they are throughout the VOTEC, the high school, middle school, and I guess there's a timeline set for each remediation due to the location of the problem. But now, last night, you shake your head no?
No, I'll with your question.
So last night, there were 2 releases made about the Dolphin Brook school system and the lead within the school. And in that release, it stated that it was noticed last week. Now, I have proof from people that saw this and knew it was reported on August 5th. And the extent of the mold is more extensive than just removing rugs and ceiling panels and such. How are we, as residents, students, parents, teaching staff, other staff, going to have confidence that we're going to be given information in a timely manner and we're going to get truthful information? And what is being done to correct all these problems? And one more extension to that is, you're saying that Mr. DeBalzi did such an excellent job. Our grade levels are going down, our buildings are literally crumbling in one aspect or another. I mean, you just asked the taxpayers for a $21 million bond. This did not include any of these items not the mold, not the PCBs, and now not the lead in the water. So I would really like some feedback and some information, please.
The lead piece was a statewide test from the Department of Health. The PCBs was a result of what happened in Burlington. And because of what happened in Burlington, the state decided to test every single school in the state that was built around that time frame that the PCBs were used in the construction materials.
Okay.
The interesting thing about our district, in a way, was because of the work that we collectively have done as a community in attempting to do the best we can, taking care of the schools. When you look at the chart of the schools and where the problems still exist versus where they don't exist, they're generally related to the renovations that were done in that building. Part of the reason why the middle school passed muster with the testers, from the environmental, agency along with the Department of Health, was we've done extensive renovations in the middle school over time. And every time that you do a renovation, you basically are remediating the PCBs because you're taking the old construction materials out that were the problem to start. And that's how you end up physically remediating a PCB problem. At least that's been what I've gathered from listening to, the Environmental Protection Agency along with the Department of Health. So when you look here at this building, you will not find that this area that we're sitting in is problematic because it's been renovated. If you go around the rest of the high school, you'll see the same kind of consistency. So those rooms that hadn't been, addressed, like during a renovation are more than likely still in that range, that chart. And if you look at the website, you can see each of the rooms and you can kind of tell, where that was. And there is a correlation there. Now, this is my understanding on the mold. The contractor that we had come in and actually test it, right? When were they here? Monday?
The environmental consultant was here.
Okay. So, that's a professional organization, company that comes in and does that test to see exactly what the problem is. And that's the information that I would hope we would go by, is you hire an engineer or you hire a consultant to do that work and you trust that person to give you, what your problem is and what the next steps. And that's what we got, right, from that, is my understanding.
So what was the cause of the mold, may I ask? Have they distinctly just got to it's this or it could be that or?
The consultant evaluates the space, in my understanding, and I think Jonathan's still on, so he could correct me. Evaluates the space and what is observable and uses that evidence to make recommendations, which they made. And then today, the environmental consultant came back with a contractor who is an industrial hygienist. And they are determining their scope of work and a schedule to remediate the issue. So their work is to evaluate the observable data, to do the testing, And once the work is done, the environmental consultant comes back in to retest and clear the spaces for occupancy.
Was the entire Dalton Brook School evaluated for mold in every single space?
So the immediate work will be done in the spaces impacted, but then the testing will be expansive in the village.
Has the testing been done within the entire school of Dalton Brook?
The testing has not been done. It's been done in the spaces where there was mold.
So we all know anyone that has a home of their own, that mold is airborne. You turn on those air conditioners and you have any students or staff within. Are you guaranteeing that that is not going to be in every single space in that school and make it safe for students and staff to return?
That's a question for the superintendent for the, but.
Have none of you asked these questions? I mean, these are health concerns for all involved. All. I mean, health and safety should be first and foremost. I'm not trying to be mean or cruel or anything.
No.
I'm just very concerned.
Can we promote Shane Garthwaite to ask this? Are you with us?
Because he works directly with all of the contractors.
Looks like he has no microphone on.
Yeah.
That's him up there on the screen.
I think he's trying to connect to the audio. A couple of times in connecting our audio and then it undid it, so I'm not sure what's happening.
I'm gonna log out and log back in. He's having some audio issues. Sorry.
While he's logging out, can I just?
Sure.
Daughter would like to weigh in,
Sure.
right? She texted me, 8th grader, Catherine Scott. She would like Mr. Wilson to include the arts in the newsletter.
Good point.
Can you say that again? I'm so sorry. I'd include what in the newsletter?
The arts.
The arts? Oh, yes, absolutely. Thank you.
First, can you take a hands up one on Michelle?
Yeah, there's a.
Well, while we're waiting for Jonathan to come, we'll take Michelle's question.
Okay.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, my name is Michelle Boleski. I'm a White River Junction resident. Also a former school board member. I served, two-year terms, so that's 4 years. And I want to say that during that time, it was my understanding that we followed the policy governance model, and one of the goals was to engage the community. We had many workshops, retreats about how to engage the community. I have to say, we had great ideas, lots of brainstorming. We never followed through with anything. Nothing was ever implemented. So I disagree with Mr. Merrill's comment about the board doing everything they could to engage the community. My time there, and since then, I have not seen that happen. So I have to just say that, and I'm very disappointed that that you can't take constructive criticism and do better, because I think you need to do better. In any case, one of the things that did happen, well, when I first got on there, I looked over the website and I was concerned about communication. Because I was always the last person to find out anything that was going on in the school. For some reason, I was taken off the parents' email list. And so parents would find out before I did about what was happening with the school district, especially like issues that would be of big concern. In any case, I did an audit myself of the website and made a whole bunch of suggestions on how it could be improved. And had questions about who's supposed to communicate with the public. You know, the board supposedly has this piece of community engagement. Well, what does that look like? But also, I would assume that it's the superintendent's job or the administration's job to communicate with the public as well. So that being said, where I remember the former superintendent said, I don't have time, I'm just too busy. So we as a board agreed to add another position of assistant superintendent and fund it. But it never came about. What happened was that position became another curriculum director's position. And so again, there was no one in, communicating with the stakeholders. And that was really disappointing to me. And that kind of happened on my way out. And so, for people that want to know what happened, this is a history of some of the things that happened because I was there. I want to also ask, do we have a clerk? I have emailed numerous times and never gotten a response. I mean, I'm talking the past 2 years. And when I was on the board, we had a clerk, and the clerk's responsibility was to respond to all the emails. They didn't necessarily give an answer because that was something that, had to be discussed with the chair. But the clerk at the time always acknowledged everyone's emails. I know that because it was CC'd. We all saw it because we all got CC'd. So as far as engaging the community, that's a big part of it, and that's not happening. I have questions. You don't have to answer me, and I don't want to take up too much time, but this newsletter is great. Thank you. It seems like the new people on the board do try and take up that community engagement piece. I know I did. I know that Hava did. I know that Russ North did. But it needs support from the other board members, and people need guidance. And in order for it to work. And for me, I didn't get that when I was on the board. So my question is, if this newsletter does launch, and it's a very ambitious thing for a board member to do, especially somebody who has a full-time job and 2 children. My question, and you can email me and answer the questions in an email, but how are you going to support this new board member in this endeavor? What are the rest of the board members going to do to contribute to help him? Because sometimes what I've seen is people's commitments being kind of lopsided. And then also, is there going to be a stipend to do the newsletter? And then how often is the newsletter gonna be sent out? And how does one sign up for the newsletter? So those are all questions. They don't have to be answered now, but it's very ambitious. I had thought about that myself and realized that I just didn't have the time to give like that. And you have to be in constant communication with all the administrators and the different sports programs and the different, so if people are busy, how are you going to get that information? Anyway, so that's it for me for tonight. But I am super disappointed in my former colleagues. And I'm super disappointed in the fact that, sometimes, in education, people make mistakes. Like, I was an art teacher, right? That's how kids learned, by making mistakes, by failing. And what happens is you make the mistake, you take accountability, and then you figure out how to change it. And I'm not hearing that. I'm not hearing anybody taking any kind of accountability, anybody admitting that things were not done well, and not offering any change. And like this whole, oh, we're going to do a newsletter. I started in 2017 and it sounds so familiar. And how many years has it been? And we're still not engaging the community. And there's no excuses. I'm sorry, no excuses. And I also wanted to say thank you so much, Kathy. I appreciate you stepping up to the plate, and I support you wholeheartedly. And thank you to the staff at Hartford. You guys are incredible, and I hope you have a great year. And thanks for letting me share.
Michelle, this is Garrett. Would you like me to answer any of those questions about the newsletter that I can, or would you like me to send you an email? I'm happy to do either.
You know what? You can check with Coach to see if you're allowed to send me an email and communicate with me. And that would be great if you can. I'd love it.
I'd be happy to. And it would be great if you'd be willing to share your notes on the website audit. That's something that I haven't done yet, but would like to do. So if you've already done some of that, and you'd be willing to talk about it, that would be wonderful.
Yeah, I've spent many hours of my life. I can't get back looking at that website. Anyway.
Well, I appreciate you doing that. And if you're willing to share your notes and chat about that, I'd be happy to at some point.
Oh,
So,
that's wonderful. Thank you. Thank you for reaching out. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
We're working on getting him connected. I think he's going to try and call him.
Well, while you're still working on that, what I'd like to add on to what Michelle said about the efforts that have been made to include the public.
Jeff, can you speak up just a little bit, please?
Yeah.
Thank you, I just,
So
I'm not getting.
we have
started.
one chair. Mr. Christie has been chair 14 years, and Peter Merrill has nominated him 14 year or whatever, 12 years, every single year. You think maybe Garrett Wilson, with all his energy and all his ideas, maybe you might have him become chair, and become the new leader? You've already overlooked Hava Armstrong, she left. Russell North, he had a lot of energy, a lot of ideas, he left. How about changing the leadership? And you've been integral in keeping him in the chair position all these years. And that's why nothing is going anywhere. The other situation is with Patty. I think she's probably a great room advisor, whatever, but why would you, because she had a base salary of 121,000, and now it's bumped up to 160,000. And the headhunters said that the low range for a superintendent would be 150 to 170. So you ignored their advice, and after 9 years, Mr. DeBalti, after 9 years, was not even making $140,000. But as soon as she is needed, you're giving her a $40,000 raise. I mean, I could see 150 at least following the advice of the headhunters. Can you explain why we're so generous there as well?
Based on the information, not of the headhunters, but based on what the average starting salary for a new superintendent in Vermont is, that was the baseline.
The headhunters told you.
No, the headhunters didn't tell us anything. They took the numbers from the state of Vermont, the same numbers that we used to make that decision.
150 to 170.
Because it's geographically, you know.
Are you saying they don't know their job?
No,
They're experts, right?
I'm not gonna debate, that discussion. If you go back to the minutes of that meeting, what you will find is that they requested a range for that number from us. And what we suggested they do was take the numbers from the Vermont Superintendents Association that provided us with the data that we used. And that's where it all came from. So it's still operating from that same set of data.
So if Gary wants to be the chair next spring, Peter, are you going to nominate him? Look at a guy he's offering to do a beautiful newsletter. Has Mr. Christie ever offered to do anything similar in all the years that you've worked with him?
This.
You seem to be, you've controlled the situation.
I've asked who wants the job, and then when been told I'll do it, I've said, okay, I'll nominate you. I don't want the job, let me tell you.
I mean, Jeff, I appreciate the shout out, but I worry, I've been on the board all of 5, maybe 6 months, and I don't know if I have the bandwidth to be a board chair at this point in my life. I would say I don't have the experience, but I do worry about having the bandwidth to be able to actually do a good job.
Well, by next March you will. That's when the changeover happens.
I wish I had the power to be the kingmaker, but I don't.
Okay.
Jonathan, are you with us now?
I believe I am.
Great. So Jonathan,
Yes.
our question was in reference to the mold assessment and remediation. And Heidi asked what were the next steps for looking at the rest of the school building?
Okay, so let me run through very quickly what we've done and then what the next steps are. When I became aware of this, we reached out to Clay Point Environmental, environmental consultant. They came in, did a visual assessment, immediately recommended some actions about cleaning out the space. At that time, we talked about air sampling, and we agreed we would do that. But before we even bothered, we were going to start with remediation because it was obvious we needed to take some action. So we started that immediately, made some decisions based on that, and then came back in today with Clay Point again and with Limelight, which is the cleanup company, and decided that we're putting together a scope of work for cleaning out all the impacted spaces. We are going to tomorrow after school do some baseline testing throughout the school to just kind of make sure that we don't have a problem that has migrated throughout the school. I did catch a comment about turning on air conditioners and having air blow through the school, and good, bad, or indifferent, we don't have air conditioning in that school. That doesn't happen there. We don't migrate through the air system there. The only air handler impacted is, fortunately in this case, limited to the space that is already going to be put under containment for abatement. So we will do that to make sure that we don't have a problem throughout the school. We will continue with the remediation activities as quickly as possible. I hope to start by the end of this week. As when those activities are continued, we'll do specific testing in the impacted areas. We'll also do a baseline test outside the building so we can just, acknowledge the environment we live in. And then once again, we'll do those control testings both outside of the rooms that are impacted and also throughout the school to make sure that we are absolutely clear and good to move forward. I don't know that there's anything else we could do by way of due diligence there.
And
does that answer the question?
Jonathan?
Yeah.
One question for you. Is this issue where we've had problems every year, or is this?
No, I will tell you, the system, as far as ventilation in that building, again, good, bad, or indifferent, is exactly as it was designed and built originally. This spring and summer has been problematic throughout New England. Lots of schools are dealing with this. And, I think my takeaway, my lesson learned from those other schools is not whether they're better or worse, but how to do it right. And, best practices to say, as soon as we become aware, we jump right on it and, dial our response up to 11. As I said the other night when we spoke with Rick and with Katie, I'm going to, from my desk, operate with an abundance of caution. We're not going to allow a situation to continue or to become worse if there's some way we can get in front of it. And that's what we did. So this is not a recurrence of a long-standing problem. This is very much a unique occurrence related to the building being closed up for the summer, really high humidity, and just kind of a perfect storm. We have not had this issue throughout the district this year. Fortunately, we had one situation in the high school, which again had very specific causes. So I don't think we have a district-wide or even a building-wide problem. There's nothing to indicate that at the moment. That having been said, acting out of that abundance of caution, we are going to do that baseline testing throughout the school just to make sure we're good to go.
While you're here, somebody brought up the issue of the lead testing. And
the lead testing? Yep,
well,
I can speak to that.
I know you can. You put it, and I can't remember where it would show up on the homepage so that people could see it.
Well, so what I would direct people to do immediately is, you can go to the State Department of Health website and see all the lead tests for every school in the state, every school, every childcare, and ours are in there. We do absolutely have some fixtures that are still problematic, and we've been dealing with that for the past 2 years. We are testing our next round of testing, and if I thought this was going to come up, I would give you specific details, but I can tell you, I believe that we are testing the next round of testing at the high school, Ottaquiche and Wilder, is due December of this year. And I just ironically spoke this week with the Department of Health about getting the data to do that. And then the middle school, Dothan Brook and White River Elementary, are due, I believe, the end of June 25 for the next round of testing. That having been said, we are going to test those fixtures, excuse me, where we performed remediation activities after the last round. So Ottaquiche was cleared, Wilder was cleared. There's a handful of taps that are problematic in White River, but there are things like the hand wash sink in the kitchen, which is not a concern for students. We still need to figure it out, but it's not something that we're immediately concerned about as far as students are concerned. There's a handful in Dothan Brook, but similarly, they're very isolated. The larger problem is in the high school, and we've put out an RFP to have an engineer come in and look at our plumbing system and try to help us diagnose that. In the interim, working with the Department of Health, what we've done is we have replaced every tap that tested bad and are retesting. We will retest again prior to the state requirement, again, acting out of that abundance of caution. And any tap that has been replaced and still failed has permanent signage on it that it's for hand washing only. And again, that's a signage and a recommendation that's provided by the Department of Health, and we're doing exactly what they've asked us to do. So, I'm not going to tell you we don't have issues, we do, but we know what the issues are, and we're doing exactly what we need to do to address them.
Thank you, Jonathan. Yes.
Christina Tardy, White River resident. I have a question on the ballsy issue. Did the board requested legal advice if the future contract with the superintendent should be revised? Meaning, is there anything in what is offered that can be changed in the future not to have the ballsy? And I don't know, I'm just asking if you requested from the attorney that was there in the meeting, what should you do next with the next contract? And what I'm thinking of, but not necessarily, let's say in the contract to be stipulated, you're hired for 3 years, but if you're not able to finish and you quit, or something happens in the second year, we're not gonna pay you the third, I don't know. I'm just saying, is that something that you retain advice from the attorney going forward to review the legal aspects of a contract? That's one question. And then on the school policies, is there any legal advice that you retain? Is there something that needs to be changed in the school policies so we don't have another goal event? I don't know, I'm not aware of what happened, but is there something wrong with the school policies that are right now in place, or should there be a new policy to address what happened? That way we're not dealing with what happened in the future. I don't know, but those are my questions. Thank you.
That's why we hire the attorney, okay? To walk us through, any of those situations as they occur. And that's what we did. And God forbid we have to deal with that again. We would elicit, legal counsel again.
But did you get advice? Her question was, did you get advice
to mitigate this problem in the future?
Right. It, being a personnel, like concern, it's done on a case by case basis. So if something occurred, you would, request a consult, with an attorney to see what the best course of action, is.
That's not privileged information. She's asking, did you ask the attorney that the taxpayer is paying for advice to mitigate future problems similar to this? It's a yes or no question.
Not specific.
Okay, thank you.
So if a contract is a public document and Mr. DeBalti's contract could only have been severed by just and reasonable cause, is the board considering putting different language in? And I think I'm just expanding on what the questioner was asking, putting language in to stipulate that, say, if a candidate leaves before the end of their contract, they get these restrictions, et cetera. I think the problem is there was only one way out of Mr. DeBalti's contract, and it was just cause. So your hands were tied, is my understanding. But is the board giving any consideration to changing the language of the next superintendent's contract?
So we can say with certainty that we will engage an attorney when we get to that point to help us with negotiation of the contract. Whether that is actually an issue that will come up, I don't know, without knowing the cases that's supposed to be happening. There's a real tendency or a temptation to, this bad thing happened with me, so I'll change the contract to reflect that instance. That's not always a good thing. So it really is, what will our attorneys say to us? We certainly can mention this. It's gonna be very relevant to all of us.
I would like more than, as your constituent, I'd like more than a mention. Please directly ask the question.
Right.
On your legal advice, is there something we can do differently? That's a reasonable request.
Okay.
Can I ask a procedural, my interest, I'm the reporter, my name's Christina Valley News. And my interest is in, transparency and open data. And I just wanted to clarify, Mr. Merrill, you said, something to the effect of, we can certainly talk to each other regarding conversations that happen outside of board meetings. And I want to just clarify, do you understand that to mean that board members can talk to each other about board business outside of board meetings as long as they don't make a decision? Is that your understanding of open meeting law?
My limited understanding of the law, having looked at it a couple of times and not being a person who practices in this area, is that there are restrictions on our having meetings that are not warranted. And those restrictions directly count the number of participants in terms of whether or not we exceed a quorum and so forth. But they don't limit our ability to discuss issues among ourselves, as long as we don't do it in a way that could never be determined to be a decision-making event. The decisions have to be in front of the public.
Right, and so, yeah, I'm sorry, Mr. Roth.
So let me do a little bit more on what Peter is saying here. According to the open meeting law, we as a board, there's 5 of us, 3 would be a quorum. So if Peter and I go out and have coffee in the morning, and if Peter and I are the only 2 people there, we can discuss anything we want to.
Yes, I
That
understand.
is legal.
Yeah.
If Coach comes and joins us, then all conversation ceases about board business, because that's a quorum, that qualifies it as a meeting. It has not been warned. You do not have an agenda out there for the public.
Right.
So one-on-one, and I think this is what you were saying a while ago, one-on-one, we can discuss business.
As
The
long as it's
business
not
of the
a
board.
Right.
We can't make any decision. We can't take any action. We can't take a vote. because we are not a quorum.
Right.
But one-on-one, we can talk about the business.
Have you ever run into?
I'm sorry, say again.
Have you ever run into a walking quorum discussion at a?
Like if
School
we're
Boards
at a school
Association.
board association meeting or something, that happens all the time, but we don't discuss business, our business of our district.
Your example just now is the two of you were out for breakfast.
Uh-huh.
And you stopped talking about school business when the chairman showed up.
Yes, sir.
That's good.
Yes, sir.
But if you had breakfast together and then you and the chairman had lunch together and you talked about what you and Peter had talked about at breakfast, that's called a walking quorum. That's also illegal. You can't just walk
Right.
from one to the next board member and say,
That's correct.
I got buy-in from board member two.
That's correct.
What's your feeling? And then you communicate it to the next one down the line.
That is correct.
That's
That is
as
correct.
illegal as you all getting together and having an unwarned meeting.
That would be an attempt to subvert the law.
Yeah.
Right.
Which it appears you
Exactly.
might have done this time because you were talking about having conversations about what the chair was doing in negotiating a contract. So it
I
sounds
actually-
like,
So I don't wish to go into detail, but I will say, at no point did I know what the subject of the conversation of the negotiation was until the document was produced. I didn't.
I did not.
Okay. I had,
but it sounds like you all knew he was negotiating a contract with the Wells.
yes,
That sounds like that you're all discussing board business outside of a board meeting. It sure does.
Oh, I'm sure that's what it sounds like, but that's not what we did.
May I,
Well, how could you all know that he was negotiating a contract if you either jointly had that conversation illegally or you had it one by one, so that eventually you all learned what Christie was doing? But one way or the other, what you did was illegal, I believe.
I do not believe you're right.
I'm not an
nature,
attorney,
and I questioned 3 different attorneys on this, including from the Vermont State School Board Association attorney.
Can I ask just a timeline question? I'm trying to put together my story as we're sitting here, and it's just, there's a couple of things missing. There's been a few references to a vote, you know, how did you vote? Well, that's privileged information. How did you vote? I don't have to tell you how I voted, but the implication there is that you voted. Am I correct that you voted one way or another on Mr. DeValsey's severance package contract? Was there a vote? Because there's been reference to voting.
The only vote was the one where we accepted the resignation
Right.
formally.
Right,
Yeah,
which,
the agreement.
which happened in an open meeting, so
Yeah,
that wouldn't be
that-
privileged.
Yeah, that's the only one.
So why would there be concern about making that public if it happened in public?
I don't, so I cannot speak for my fellow board members on this. My interpretation of was there a vote was is not that, but in this circumstances that what were your
Did you take a straw poll?
No.
So there was
This sort of happened outside the context of a meeting in that we got the resignation and then there was no meeting planned.
Right, and I think
Yeah.
that's the concern, the frustration I think I'm sensing is that, the board disposed of a significant amount of public money without a public meeting, and, I'm trying to put the timeline together, and I'm really trying, I'm not,
Yeah, and
I'm asking you to fill in some blanks for me here, because there have been a number of references to, my vote is private, my vote was privileged, I don't have to tell you how I voted. That implies there was a vote, outside of the consent agenda on the 18th, which happened in public.
Right.
So what are we referring to?
So, I haven't specifically answered the vote question, not because I was trying to avoid it, but I wasn't asked.
Sure.
At least I don't think it was. It's getting.
Fair enough,
fuzzy
I have
enough.
to check my notes.
If what's being asked is what happened in the negotiations, what happened in the, meeting where we reviewed the superintendent's performance for the year, all of that, I'm not gonna say.
So there was no vote in that meeting?
But there was
obviously?
no vote in that meeting,
Okay.
no. And
So,
then,
yeah, and so my understanding of open meeting law is that the board, if it were to give,
Right.
authority to the chair to make a decision like negotiating a severance package, that vote to do that has to take place in an open meeting. So I think there's a feeling that there's something that should have happened in public that didn't. And the severance contract was signed on July 2nd. It was legally binding and beyond its revocation period by the time the consent agenda came along. So you were bound to that. There must have been some authority to give Mr. Christie the ability to sign that legally binding contract prior to July 2nd. But in what form was that authority given, I guess, is what I'm asking. It wasn't a vote, so okay, what did it look like?
Do you have any answers? You stuck?
No.
Because the press release came out on the 3rd, so I mean, it was, you know, made public at that.
Straightforward question, Coach.
My hesitation comes with what was discussed in executive session.
I don't need to know the reasons.
No.
I just need to know the decision, like what was the mechanism by which it took place, because that is something that should be public information, I think. We don't, I don't need, I'm not asking why.
Well, I guess it would be considered a straw,
Okay,
you know.
a straw poll. Individually or as a
Because we know-
group?
Because we know we couldn't have done a vote because we didn't have any debate.
When did that straw poll and how did that take place? With,
No,
with
but
between
that-
you individually? What's that?
No, that would have been during the executive session.
So you took a straw poll on June 12th in the executive session?
Yes.
Okay. Just verbal, everybody,
And that's how the straw was.
right, okay. And you don't consider that a vote?
Based on that straw poll, you acted unilaterally to negotiate a separation agreement. Or no,
No,
because on June 12th, you'd already signed the agreement. A
no.
week
No,
ahead.
No.
July 2nd.
Sorry, I've got the dates wrong.
I think that part of the contention here is that the straw poll would constitute an action that since it disposed of public money, it seems reasonable to ask whether the board thinks that that might be an action that would have been properly noted in the minutes of the June 12th meeting.
Or you wouldn't know the straw poll in the minutes.
Steve,
You would not note the straw poll in the minutes.
But you just acknowledged that the board took a straw poll on June 12th, the closed session, right? Yes?
Yes.
you remember doing that, Peter?
I kind of talked about the things that happened in the meeting.
Pardon me?
Just, you know, we can't talk about executive session.
We're just asking if you took a straw poll. He said.
That's part of the executive.
No, he just
Yes,
told,
it
he
is.
just admitted that you. had a
I
straw-
understand what Coach said, but you're asking Peter something
I'm
that
asking you
Peter
as
can't.
well.
And I
Do you
can't
remember?
answer it either because it's executive session. I can't tell you what
You
happened.
just said that you took a straw poll. So you can agree or not.
I'm not gonna say anything that happened in executive session. You know I'm not going to. So you can ask me all night long, but I'm not gonna say what happened in executive session.
Just so you all know, there is nothing that precludes a board member from disclosing something that transpires in a closed session. It's your expectation that you have privacy that will survive.
No, it's
some-
legal, right
No,
here.
it is.
Yes, it is. It's right here.
No,
And it's called the Vermont Education Law Book.
yeah.
The,
And I'll be glad to contact the Secretary of State. I'm sure she would love to speak to you about it.
I did speak to the,
Contract program, she doesn't return calls.
I did speak to the Vermont School Board Association President, Ms. Soslowski, about whether there's different open meeting law stipulations for school boards versus select boards, and I was told, no, it's the same open meeting. So I guess my contention is that if there was a straw poll to give Mr. Christie the authority to dispose of a significant amount of public money, that sounds like an action that one could argue might properly have required notification of it. But my understanding is the board disagrees with that. Okay. Thank you. I just want to clarify.
As far as your question, Ms. Tardy, if you give me your contact information, we'll get an answer for you.
Also, I'm looking at the contract, the 5-year contract with the Ballsy, and I cannot find any place in it where it says that you have to pay them a full salary if you leave. There's nothing that says that. There's notice of dismissal, says this contract will terminate June 30th, 2000, only for just and sufficient cause. I mean, there's nothing about, your salary. You weren't kind of expected to do that. Legally bound to do that. There's nowhere in this contract that you're legally bound to do that. So it must have been a favor.
No, it wasn't.
It had to have been.
We can't go past that. You know, but it wasn't any.
A nice gesture, to a friend, like, here's a couple $100,000.
Yeah, right. No. Yes, Mr.
Regarding the meeting that is being referenced right now, are you allowed to say who was part of, like, are you allowed to say if you had legal advice at that time? Are you allowed to say if that was part of the meeting, or you're not allowed to discuss that?
They covered that last.
They don't, yeah.
Council was present during all the negotiations.
I mean, this contract, can you point out where in this contract stipulated that he participated? It's very poured over it, right? Must be very familiar with it.
Yes.
Can I suggest we still have a portion of our meeting to get to? It's getting late.
As far as the contract goes, the negotiation that was held with the attorneys are privileged.
Yeah, but there's nowhere, what we want.
No, we can't.
The contract is a public document.
No.
So it either does or does not stipulate that you have to give the money if you leave after 5 years.
But there was more that cannot be discussed. That's related to the reason that the decision was made.
May I ask a question, please?
Yes.
My name's Heidi Duto. Is the school district facing a major lawsuit? And that's why there might have been this payout, buyout, however you want to state it?
That I can't answer that.
So as taxpayers that pay the taxes alongside each and every one of you, we are not given any information once again, am I correct?
They've given lots of information, you just haven't been given the information you wish, which is what happened in those meetings.
Is there a reason why the chair is not speaking at this meeting and the vice chair is taking over?
I'm not the vice chair, I'm just a member of the board.
You always
speak
for him, for some reason or other. He never speaks for himself.
Maybe it has something to do with what I can and what I can't say. Okay? And that.
Keep it a mystery.
Well, the thing is, that's what we paid the attorney.
Before we close public comments, we're interviewing a new superintendent search in the coming months.
And there's a lot of talk about soliciting feedback from community members. It's good. I haven't been able to find that there's a regular occurrence of soliciting feedback from community members for renewal of contracts. Perhaps I've missed it, I haven't seen those efforts to solicit feedback before renewal of a contract. But I think that that's a missed opportunity for performance evaluation feedback from community members. Am I mistaken that that process happens and I'm just unaware of it?
Wait. My response to that would be, it could be formulated. You know, we could create, you know, a piece, you know, we do, you know, look at teacher feedback, you know, we look at administrator, you know, feedback, but we haven't pulled the community aspect in. So we'd have to do some sort of a survey, you know, at that contract time in order to do that. And then take all of those factors, you know, under consideration, you know, as you negotiate that person.
I think that would be valuable, right? Rather than relying on superintendent to give you performance evaluation of administrators. Take their word for it. There may be community members who disagree with that administrative performance. And that would be a very different perspective.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of just taking the voice of one, there might be many voices.
Wouldn't that be part of the community engagement that Michelle Valesky was saying has fallen by the wayside?
Well, yes, that way, so it makes sense to add that, you know, to, you know, the process.
Getting the answer.
Thank you for making note. Thank you for making note.
Now, basically what you're referring to is a full 360, you know, is what they refer to. And I guess that's what we need to do.
There are a lot of people in the community that have interactions with the superintendent and with other members of the staff. And if you're not soliciting, if you're not doing that community engagement or otherwise hearing from them on their satisfaction with how things are going, you're missing an opportunity to not be responsive to the people who elected you. Yes.
To further ask question on who do you receive a review performance from? Is the review anonymously done? So can the teachers say anonymously, make a review about the superintendent? And is it done in an anonymously way by the administration too? Because
You know, anybody, you know, we did a administrative piece twice during the course of last year. And those were all, you know, anonymous. You know, so, you know, because you're not looking for, you know, people to actually, you know, state their name, you know.
Oh, no, it's, yeah, I know it's really dangerous to speak up against an administrator, right?
You know,
Aware of that.
you know, so, you know, so even, you know, for, you know, anybody in the system to do it, you know. So you.
Or anybody who wants to become part of the system.
Right.
Yeah, no, there's a lot of.
Or if you have a child, you know, like in the system, you don't.
Yeah,
you know, to be, you know, any possibility of retaliation of any kind. You know, so the feedback is taken, you know, that way.
So you have solicited feedback from parents?
No, not directly.
I just implore you to do that going forward. I have a lot to share.
Well, before you move on from, public comments, I've got Jordan to share. I'm gonna drop all the comments that I had in there related to the departure of the superintendent. And again, remind you, I'm thinking transparency as I make these comments, criticisms. The district is in violation of the state's open records law. And I know that because you violated my right to public documents on 2 occasions. 4 out of the 5 board members didn't even have the courtesy to respond to me saying that the matter was outside of their bailiwick, but somebody be responsive. That's disappointing. It's also in violation of the open meetings law. I had a conversation with the chair on the subject of the last meeting, the workshop meeting, which resulted in the agenda for that meeting being modified pretty dramatically. You're not even in compliance with the old law, never mind thinking about new aspects of the law that were introduced July 1st. You're not posting meetings timely all the time. You're making changes to the agenda after the deadline for posting meetings. And it's a nit, but it's something that I was surprised to see. I was going to complain about the fact that you had in your agenda limited our public comments to 2 minutes. And I was gonna ask who decided that, since you hadn't had a meeting to establish that as a requirement. That was something new. And I looked up at the screen and it's not in the agenda that was circulated this evening. So you made a change to that agenda for at least that thing very late. The practice is generally that you don't add things to an agenda unless they cannot wait until a subsequent meeting can be scheduled. The corrections you made to the agenda this evening were kind of marginal. They were small things and not things that I would get too exercised about, but they probably violate the spirit of the open meetings law. On your website, I hope Garrett is still listening. The website is an absolute travesty from start to finish. There isn't anything good about that entire website. You've got a board section that if you click on the homepage, if you click on board one way, it will tell you that there's no meeting this evening. And if you click on it a different way, in almost the same spot, it'll show you this evening's meeting. You're using Google Docs. And I'm not sure why, but
They're not permissible.
If I look at Google Docs on a desktop computer at home, I get a different set of documents in a folder than I get on my iPad, which I typically use to look at this stuff. So something's a little sketchy about Google Docs, and I'm not sure if that's where you really want to be putting all your eggs. You're recording meetings and posting them with CATV. We had this discussion at the, okay, I'm just gonna register my concern that that's not necessarily the best place for you to be storing the permanent records for these meetings, recordings that you're now required by the updated law they have. It's not illegal what you're doing, but it's not necessarily good practice. The recordings that you have, I've just gone back because of the superintendent business. I've gone all the way back to September of last year and listened to recordings and read minutes. And I'll tell you what, it is very difficult to read through the minutes, to navigate. You're taken into Google Docs, into a folder for a meeting. You find the file you want, you open that file. When you close that file, you're put way back out and you've got to re-navigate all the way back in again. The recordings that are on file with JAM are really, really sketchy. There are meetings where there's just no audio at all. There's meetings where the audio is gone for the first 15 or 20 minutes. There's meetings where you can hear the meeting going on, you're all communicating, talking, but there's a picture of something on the screen and no video of the board. So unless you happen to know who all the board members are and what their voices are, you have no idea who's speaking. It's really, really poorly done. You saw the problem tonight. I mean, technical problems are going to occur, and I'm not going to be critical of one technical problem, but it seems like it's pretty routine to not have a decent recording. It's not just the school board. Planning commission suffers it, the select board suffers it as well. This is a big one, and you really do need to pay attention to this. This is not the new law, this is the existing open meetings law. Subcommittees of the board are also required to post their agendas, same deadlines and all. Take minutes, post the minutes. I dare you to show me on the district's website where any of that material is. There is virtually nothing other than 3-year-old building committee meetings. Couple of meetings. It's just beyond my comprehension that you folks are you all are serving on board committees. And those committees are not operating in the public like by law they're supposed to. That's something that needs to be fixed right away. You also don't have the notice posted on your website that talks about what the open meetings law requires of you. That's a new requirement as of July 1st. So, you know, is anybody gonna get around to fixing the website? By the way, the website says this meeting is at the town hall. It says all the regular meetings of the school board are conducted at the town hall. Somebody ought to fix that on the website. And lastly, you're having executive sessions almost every meeting. And almost always, they're to discuss a personnel matter. I thought it was kind of odd that you decided you were gonna hire a recruiting firm. You did an RFP, you got 4 responses. You had a meeting in the October 11th, maybe, or 8th, and you were talking about setting up a matrix to come up with how you were going to evaluate the 4 firms. The next meeting, 2 of the firms had dropped out of the picture. There were 2 firms left, and you interviewed those 2 firms and voted, and without any discussion, really, selected the firm that you landed on, McPherson. But it really seems like you're using that personnel exception for open meetings, for a closed session, in order to conduct business that you just aren't comfortable doing in the public field. And I would strongly urge you not to go into closed session unless it's a truly legal reason for it. Of course, we can't see out here in the public what you're up to in those closed sessions. But my suspicion is you are ranging on to subjects that really should be taking place in view of the public. Thanks a lot for listening.
Thanks.
Okay. You know, those comments you made about the site, and needless to say, I know Garrett was taking notes, I know Doug was taking notes, I was taking notes. You know, we'll get together and share those documents, not as a group. But we'll share our notes.
Look, I know Garrett's still listening, or I hope he's still listening.
Oh, I'm still here, Colin.
Good. You may be willing to do it, but I don't think it's appropriate for a member of the school board to maintain or update or create a website.
He won't be doing that.
I mean, I'm happy to volunteer my time too. I mean, to be totally honest, I just want to make sure it gets done. I know that we have people on staff that I'm sure could do it. That's a discussion with Katie. But I'm happy to contribute. That's a realm that I'm familiar with and know. I'm not looking for a stipend for that. I'm just looking to make sure that it gets done so that information is more readily available for everybody.
I really appreciate that, Garrett, but it's really not, you know, it's not something a school board member should engage in. This is not the East, who knows, school district with 40 students and a teacher. It's a large district in this state, and it should have professional services available to it. And if you folks don't think that the district should have a first-class website and newsletters and communication to the community, you're missing the point. It's a requirement these days. It's not something that's optional. And that's part of the transparency. You know, there's nowhere for us to keep an eye on what's going on in the school district. And most of us, thank goodness, can't attend all of your board meetings and watch what you're doing and give your constant criticism. But it's, you know, it shouldn't be a board member that's doing this. Board member volunteering and contributing is one thing, but you really should have somebody on staff. You know, the town just hired a part-time public relations person, and I kind of shook my head at that, but I wondered when they said they were going to do that, why the school district and the town didn't share a person. And then I heard Mr. Christie speaking in a recording saying he had no interest in participating in a shared public relations person with the town. And there's probably a reason for that, and maybe it's a good one, but I don't know why you wouldn't explore something like that and create a good, robust, full-time position that would attract the first-class talent.
Well, we had in the past, you know, so that's why it wasn't a good experience. So now with the town, possible you might, you know, be able to, you know, all of those things are. You raised your hand, Mr.
I was gonna piggyback on this, the issue with the website and everything. I think that is a budget question. Did the school budget to have a position deal with the website and the school board wouldn't have known when they passed the budget last year that in July 1st, 2024, there's gonna be a new statute to say from now on, you have to keep the recording. So thank you, Jan, for helping us. I do know that, the town appropriation for Jan is $5,000. Does the school, and again, this is a budget question, probably you don't know it. I'm not sure if the school board or through the budgeting paid Jan separately or not. And to the point of
all the recordings are available on YouTube, but they're under playlist Hartford, so you can get Hartford Select Board and Hartford School. If you wanted to be as specific as a playlist on Hartford School, as easy as the request taken, you jump in, please help us have a playlist for Hartford Select, school board meetings, so it's more transparent. I don't know, but I think at this point it's a budget issue, like who's gonna take more of their time and energy to put this into, and I think it's a budget question, and maybe it sounds like with the next budget, should you consider a person, a position, paying somebody that is willing to take notes, take minutes, put it on the website, I don't know, I think it's a budget issue that is being discussed now. That's my comment.
Thank you. Well, thank you all, for your comments and, your patience and understanding. And, a lot of this, is actionable, and, resolvable. Those things that we can, we will. And we will continue to work in that direction. So I guess we will, unless there's any other hands up on the screen. Okay. All right. That brings us to the consent agenda. Any appointments, resignations? The meeting minutes, we have 6/12, 8/18, 7/18, and 8/14 in order. They're all included in the packet.
Make motion to accept the consent agenda.
Second. So there's a motion and a second to accept the consent agenda. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? So moved. An update, our next meeting will be the 18th instead of the 11th. With observances for 9/11. And the next meeting will be here at the best. And it will be noted in our on the website, and we'll get that piece corrected, because that should be a simple process. So. Nancy, did you do the monitoring?
Yes, it's in the packet.
Yeah.
Okay, at the end of the board meeting, each board member and the superintendent or an appointed evaluator for the meeting completes the monitoring form. The responses are shared and a discussion is held on the areas that need improvement. The chair collects the completed forms to use the board's monitoring reports. The board was prepared for the meeting. For tonight's meeting, I would have liked to see a little bit. I would like to see these improvement on that one. Board time was spent on ends and not means. I say satisfactory on that one. Each board member was given opportunity to participate, satisfactory. Board treated all persons with courtesy and fairness. Probably needs improvement on that one, or maybe I'm gonna say unsatisfactory. I lost my temperature, I flew up, so I will accept responsibility for that one, and my apologies to everyone who has continued to stay with us to the end of the evening. The board adhered to Robert's Rules of Order, satisfactory. The board adhered to its adopted governance style. It emphasized outward vision. It encouraged diversity in viewpoints. It exercised strategic leadership, not administrative detail. It maintained distinction between board and staff roles. It used collective decision-making, and it looked to the future. I say satisfaction on that one. I have no other comments.
We adjourned. So moved.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks, everybody.